Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN WhatIf, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Became a Gardener? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku has always preferred plants over people. They didn't berate him for his odd behaviors or mind his habit of mumbling. They were kind to him and always listened to what he had to say. Not to mention the fact that he was practically born with a green thumb. Plants depended on him, and he enjoyed the less stressful responsibility. With that being said, it looked like he was the only one who felt this way. He was the only member of the Muzutafu High Gardening Club. He didn't mind it though. Again, he'd always preferred plants over people anyway. That wasn't to say he was completely oblivious of what his peers were up to. He had friends. He just valued alone time, is all. Ochako walked through the garden as Izuku replaced the pot of a poor plant that had been knocked over. Mumbling something about how sorry he was for hurting the plant and promising to give it a new home, he didn't notice the girl until she flopped down on a nearby bench with a deep, exaggerated sigh. "Remind me again why I joined the student council?" She sighed, slouching in the uncomfortable chipped metal bench. Which was used mostly for display, by the way. "You wanted to be closer to Ida?" Izuku helpfully reminded while simultaneously cleaning up the spilled soil. She groaned. "Which I'm starting to regret," she complained, somehow sinking deeper into the display garden bench. "He's as dense as that potted plant. Totally oblivious to all my advances." Izuku nodded his head. "Men are dumb. I asked him out for coffee and he invited the rest of the student council out as a bonding exercise," she said, throwing her hands in the air, obviously exasperated. "I didn't know what to do, so I just nodded. Now we're all going out next week." Izuku cringed in sympathy. She was right. Tenya Ida may be top in his class, but the man was the most one-track-minded person he's ever met. His main focus was school, and Izuku was starting to think that was the only thing their dear class president thought about. And planning the dance has been the most stressful thing I've ever had to do. It was Momo's idea to plan ahead of time. We have forever to plan, but she's having us run around as if we don't have 6 months until then. She paused, taking a deep breath. Izuku laughed. "Let me guess, it's the same theme as last year?" He stood up with his freshly potted plant, being sure to be extra careful with it. Ochako nodded her head. "The 80s, they both said in unison. I want to do something new, but apparently it's a stupid school tradition." She sighed. "But enough about my problems. What's up with you?" Izuku smiled, pulling off his pink gardening gloves. "Oh, same old, same old. I said senior year would be different, but here I am, these plants as my only company." Ochako clicked her tongue. "I'm literally sitting right here." Izuku backtracked quickly. "Of course. I know that. You're my best friend. I just meant that I wanted someone like Katsuki Bakugo?" she teased. "Yes." He paused. No. I got over that crush freshman year." "Are you sure?" she asked, playfully dragging out the syllable of her last word. "Because you stop by the track field every week to watch him." She wiggled her eyebrows. "And the rest of the track team are definitely not your type. Would you believe me if I said I was watching because I liked the sport?" He tried. Ochako gave him her signature unimpressed, "Are you kidding me?" look, complete with the head tilt and all. "Really? You hate cardio. You're a weights guy. That's why you barely fit into your shirt." Izuku flushed at the comment. Once again she was right. Izuku preferred lifting over running any day. The satisfaction he got from being able to bench press twice his weight made him feel accomplished, something he didn't feel often. He'd bulked up significantly since freshman year, yet he still tries to wear his old t-shirts. Come on. Can you blame me? I've known him all my life. We're neighbors. Izuku finally plopped himself next to her, the bench whining and creaking under their weight. "It's like fate is holding a donut over my head with a string." "Yeah, and you want a bite out of that donut, don't you?" Actively ignoring her suggestive comment, he sighed once again. This garden was going to be thriving with how much carbon dioxide the two were exhaling. He's perfect. And an a-hole. Don't forget that. He's a heartbreaker. Before Momo got with Jiru, she dated Bakugo and their breakup was brutal. He just used her. Izuku pursed his lips. He wasn't stupid. When you're as popular as Katsuki Bakugo, all eyes were on you and everything you did was watched under a magnifying glass. Nobody cared who slept with who, but when it came to Katsuki, suddenly everyone was interested. Izuku didn't care for stupid high school gossip, but that wasn't to say he didn't listen. He knew it all, courtesy of Ochako who thrived in the drama. Katsuki Bakugo, track star on his way to the Olympics, was the talk of the town and Izuku would be lying if he said he ignored it. He had kept up with Katsuki's achievements ever since they were kids. Hell, they were even friends at one point. It's not like I actually want to date him anyway, he finally said. I just like watching from afar. Ochako smiled and hopped up from her seat. Then let's get you a boyfriend. It'll help you get over your little crush. Lucky for you, your best friend here actually knows someone interested in you. Izuku furrowed his brows. In me? Nobody knows me, Ochako. Plus, you're already so busy planning the dance dash. Nonsense. This'll be fun. Izuku rolled his eyes. For you or for me? She just smiled with that mischievous glint in her eye and made her way out of the garden. Text you after school. And she's gone. Izuku sighed for the millionth time that afternoon and turned back to his plants. Crouched down, he tended to the lively flowers. He knew from last year that the student council will need flowers for their display, so he should start growing them now rather than have his ear talked off by Momo about being more prepared. Seriously, he was doing this alone and she didn't let him know ahead of time what flowers she needed. How was he supposed to be prepared for that? His knowledge of flowers was extensive, but even he didn't know what flower fit the theme of an 80s high school dance. Hello. A gruff voice called out. Anyone here? He heard whoever had wandered into the garden kick a tin watering can, the clink echoing in the empty space. Izuku perked up at the all-too-familiar voice. He hissed, squeaking his eyes shut. Just his luck. I can effing see you. Izuku bounced to his feet, knowing he'd been caught. Kaken. He couldn't help himself, letting the childhood nickname fall from his lips with an odd sort of familiar comfort. Oh, Deku. He said flatly. Where are the other members? He asked, wanting to talk to anyone but Deku. Seems like Katsuki didn't let go of any nicknames either. Though this was more of an insult. It's just me. Did you need something? Izuku asked, trying his best to keep a smile on his face. It wasn't that he didn't want to see Katsuki. Oh no, he could watch him for hours. Oh, that sounded creepy, not in a weird way. Just that he looked so cool running and jumping over hurdles like it was nothing. And the way he seemed to look so calm as he focused on the objective in front of him. Yeah, why else would I be here? I fucking need flowers, dipshit. Katsuki said, already annoyed with the other. It was just that ever since middle school, the two haven't exactly gotten along. Sure, they were neighbors, and their bedroom windows were so close that Izuku couldn't help but think of a certain Taylor Swift music video every time he saw the close proximity of them. They were in two different worlds and ultimately fell apart. Katsuki ignored Izuku as a whole, and when he was forced to acknowledge him, his words were anything but kind. Izuku would like to think that their relationship, acquaintanceship, has gotten better since then, but he could be wrong. Izuku tried to think of any reason Katsuki Bakugo of all people wanted flowers from his garden but came up with nothing. So he asked, "What for?" Katsuki stood silent for a moment. "I don't have to tell you sheet." He should have known. Okay, so maybe things haven't gotten better. Right. Well, what kind of flowers? He asked, still smiling. He looked up at Katsuki, who wasn't that much taller than him. Izuku was by no means short, standing at approximately 5 foot, but the track star that stood before him had to be at least 6. Katsuki rolled his eyes and pulled out his phone. Suddenly, the screen was shoved in Izuku's face, rather aggressively might I add, and he had to take a step back to properly see it. Then his face lit up. "Oh, daffodils, I have those," Izuku said, a little too excited. If it was school-related, Katsuki didn't have to pay, but if he just needed flowers for whatever reason, Izuku would have to charge him. This club was underfunded after all, and he needed new gardening tools. Do you want yellow or white? Pot or bouquet? Oh, I also have pink, but those just bloomed so dash. Katsuki let out a loud dramatic groan. Quit your mumbling. Give me the yellow and quickly. And take them out of the shitty pot. I have to get to practice. Practice. Izuku knew the track team schedule. He did watch them after all. They only met on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If he remembered correctly, today was Thursday. You have practice on Thursday too? He asked before he could stop himself. Katsuki blinked. You sound like you know my schedule. He scoffed. The team only meets 3 days a week, but I run every day. That made sense, he thought as he prepared Katsuki's daffodils. Katsuki had always been an overachiever. If he had the chance to work harder than anyone else on the team, he definitely would. He has always been that way, striving to be bigger, better, and faster than everyone around him. What are you? A stalker? Katsuki asked. Sheet, had he said that out loud? He knew his habit of talking as he worked would come back to bite him in the butt. But the plants loved it so. No. I just like watching you guys run. That's all. It's not stalking if everyone else knows when the track team meets. He wrapped up the flowers, securing them in a nice bouquet. But it is stalking when you come to watch me every week. Katsuki crossed his arms, watching as Izuku wrapped an orange ribbon around the flowers. It matched nicely with the yellow, he thought. I'm not just watching you, Izuku lied. What if I told you I was interested in track and field? Katsuki scoffed, taking the flowers from Izuku's hands. I'd call you a sheet liar. And just like that, Katsuki was gone as quick as he came. Izuku questioned himself more and more every time he and Katsuki spoke. This was the guy he's been interested in for the last 3 years? Or actually, it's probably been longer, but that's beside the point. Izuku was starting to think he was some sort of crazed MCST if he let Katsuki talk to him like that and still found himself entranced by the boy. Now that he thinks about it, it is better than what it used to be. He was no longer pushed into walls, or specifically targeted by the blonde, or yelled at for breathing the same air as him. He was just ignored. I guess that could be considered progress. Izuku didn't know what flipped the SWs, causing Katsuki to leave him alone. If he were to think real hard, he would have to say it was the time Izuku actually fought back. He landed a good one on Katsuki's jaw before the police were called. He immediately felt terrible, but the other boy looked somewhat proud that Izuku swung back. He doesn't like to think about it. His mother cried a little too much after seeing him in that holding cell. He hates disappointing her. She doesn't get angry, or yell, or even punish him. She just stares at him with sad eyes, and that's enough to make him learn his lesson. Never wanting to see that look on his mother's face again, he kept out of fights. That wasn't hard at all. He wasn't one to get violent, and he usually thought about the consequences of his actions. Usually. His walk home wasn't too tedious. He stopped by the track field 3 times a week, watching as Katsuki jumped hurdle after hurdle as if it was nothing. His excuse was that it was on his way home, but even he knew that was only an excuse. He would stand on the other side of the chain-link fence, never daring to steal a spot on the bleachers, and watch for a moment as Katsuki and his team raced one another. Being the captain and the hard worker he was, Katsuki never missed practice, and so Izuku came every time. To watch. Nobody on the team ever told him to get lost, not even Nito Monoma, who seemed to have a grudge against him ever since he rejected him freshman year, so Izuku figured it wasn't a problem. The last thing he wanted to do was distract the team. Not that his quiet presence was ever a distraction in the first place. Izuku had lived his whole life going unnoticed. It would be odd if all of a sudden people knew of him. That's why he was so confused to hear that Ochako knew someone who had taken interest in him. Izuku wasn't necessarily insecure, he just knew how other people perceived him. Boring. Plain. Nerdy. A goody two-shoes. A mama's boy. All these labels were slapped on him, and soon enough, he found himself forcing himself in their boxes. They weren't wrong per se, he just wished they saw him as more than that. He never cared for labels, he found them too restricting and ended up losing sight of what was truly important. Being himself. He watched as Katsuki practiced alone. He sort of envied the way the track star never lost sight of what he wanted, He didn't force himself to be something he wasn't, or care what the rest of school had to say about his personal life. He was so unapologetically him, and Izuku sort of admired that. The fence between them was a literal and metaphoric barrier between them, Izuku thought. One Katsuki had created and one Izuku didn't dare to question. That was until now. Before he could think it through, Izuku opened the gate and walked right in. Uninvited. He shocked himself as he waltzed in and took a seat on the cool metal bleachers. They spectated the track field, watching over Katsuki during his solo practice. Izuku shivers. The last time he had stepped foot inside this fence was PE freshman year when he was forced to run a mile every few months. Their class was especially rowdy, so as punishment, they were made to run a mile very often. Perhaps that's where his hatred for cardio stemmed from. If Katsuki noticed Izuku's presence, he didn't show it. Izuku sat with his hands in his lap as he watched Katsuki run. His shorts were, well, not short, riding up his muscular thighs as he ran and jumped. His t-shirt had the school's logo printed on the back. Mizuta for High Track and Field was printed in big bold letters right under it. Izuku thought that was cool. Their club got nice shirts. All he got was a small space to plant whatever he wanted and perpetual loneliness. When the blonde made his final round around the track, jumping every single hurdle without fail, he finally acknowledged Izuku's everlasting presence. He walked over to his gym bag, not sparing the freckled boy a glance, and pulled out his water bottle. He chugged it in one gulp, leaving Izuku to watch in awe, and then crushed it in his hands. The sound of the plastic crinkled in the air before he tossed it in the trash. "Stalker," he finally said. Izuku sputtered to defend himself, but he found it difficult to form words. Katsuki's skin glistened under the sunlight, sweat coating his body. His short shorts hung lowly as Katsuki flipped up his shirt to wipe the sweat off his face, revealing, of course, perfectly but abs. He smirked under Izuku's starstruck gaze. He was fully aware of how attractive he was. Finally collecting himself and peeling his jaw off the effing floor, he said, "I'm not stalking you, I was just watching." "Yeah, I know," Katsuki interrupted. "So why are you here? You want something?" Izuku paused. Why was he here? It's not like they were friends or he had any business with him. And he couldn't just come out and say he wanted to see the boy. That would be weird, and he really didn't want to be accused of being a stalker again. "The flowers," he blurted out. "You didn't pay for the flowers, and if you need them for anything other than school-related activities, you have to pay," he said all in one breath. Okay, well, there was his excuse. "Club rules," he added on. Now let's see if Katsuki believed him. "No," Izuku stuttered. "No? I'm sorry? What do you mean no?" Katsuki crossed his arms, a smug smirk making its way onto his face. "I'm not paying you, dipshit." "Well," Izuku furrowed his brows as Katsuki took a few steps toward him. "You have to pay me somehow." "Oh yeah? How am I gonna do that?" Katsuki asked, leaning down so he was at eye level with Izuku. Nervous at their sudden proximity, his mind was drawing blanks. If he didn't know any better, he'd think Katsuki Bakugo was flirting with him. I don't know. You could start by backing up a little. Maybe?" Katsuki lingered there for a moment before taking a few steps back with a laugh. "Alright, I'll bring your shitty money to the garden tomorrow." Izuku could finally breathe with Katsuki out of his space. So much so that now he could think properly. "We live right next to each other, you could just bring it by my house. I don't want to go anywhere near your house. That place probably smells like daisies and old ladies." Izuku would have laughed at Katsuki's accidental rhyme if it wasn't an insult to both him and his mother. "Alright, the garden it is. See ya then." He suppressed a smile. Katsuki turned around, making his way back to the track. "Later, stalker." When Izuku got home, he found his mother pacing back and forth on the front porch. Her phone was clutched in her hand as she awaited Izuku's arrival. He held back a sigh at the sight. He was only a few minutes late, she didn't need to panic so much. He walked up to her, preparing himself to be bombarded with questions. "Izuku," she called, practically throwing herself off the porch to bring him inside. "School got out an hour ago. Where were you? Why are you so late?" You usually come straight home. Izuku dodged her hug. She was always so suffocating. He was in his senior year now. Perhaps last year he would have let her pinch his cheeks and baby him to her heart's content. But now, he was 18 and could probably bench press a car if he wanted to. Okay, that was a little dramatic. But the point still stands. He was tired of being seen as a child. She frowned, grabbing him by the arm and dragging him inside. You didn't even answer my messages, Izuku. How am I supposed to know you're okay? Izuku suppressed a sigh and forced a smile. Everyone at school saw him as some sort of saint, his mother babies him, and even he was starting to think he needed to get out more. I was still at school, Mom. Kaken was there, you can ask him. She sighed and pursed her lips. Alright, well just remember to message me next time. I don't know what I would do if something were to happen to you. He nodded his head and made his way up to his room. Izuku! His mother stopped him. What now? He stopped on the staircase, turning to face his mother. Yes. I love you. I love you too, Mom. To put it simply, he was embarrassed. Not of his mother as a whole, but how she treats him. He loved his mother deeply. Aside from Ochako, she was his best friend. But too much love was overbearing. He felt suffocated in this already small town. She worried and paced every time he went out, but nothing ever happens in a small city like this. Not to mention, Izuku could handle himself. He was by no means weak, and if his mother couldn't see that, she must be delusional. He flopped onto his bed with a sigh. He turned over the interaction with Katsuki today in his head. The proximity of their faces at the track, the sight of Katsuki sweating under the sun, face focused in the hurdle in front of him. He always seemed to be more calm than usual on the track. Fierce red eyes, strong and focused. It was the first conversation they've had in a while where Katsuki didn't yell at him. He looked over to his window. His blue curtains were shut neatly, keeping the setting sunlight away. He laughed at the irony of the situation. Katsuki Bakugo was the boy next door and Izuku was the stupid pining nerd. God, he was hopeless. Wasn't he supposed to be getting over this crush? Not that he still had a crush. It wasn't a crush, it was simply admiration. That was all. He could find someone more attainable and forget about his purely platonic feelings for Katsuki. Pulling out his phone, he decided once and for all he'd try to move on from the godly blonde. Texting Ochako, he curiously asked about the guy that was supposedly into him. Izuku still could believe it. He didn't think anyone other than his small friend group knew his name. Even if they did, they never paid any mind to him. He was the town's goody two-shoes. The boy who was too innocent for high school. What a joke. Ochako. His name is Kusei. He's on the pole vault team, so he's technically a runner. Just your type, winky face. Izuku rolled his eyes. Pole vault was an interesting sport. He always wondered what it felt like to fly. Though, relying on a flimsy pole to launch you in the air sounded more than terrifying. You, the one with that beach house that's always throwing parties? Ochako, that's the one. He's actually throwing a party this weekend. We should totally go. Who knows, maybe you'll like him. Izuku thought that was unlikely. Kusei seemed nice. Really? He did. He was mellow and always had a smile on his face. Not to mention, they had matching freckles. His black hair contrasted with his cerulean blue eyes. Okay, so maybe he was a little tiny bit cute. But he wasn't Izuku's type. His type being blonde, 6 feet 3 inches, runner track star, and grade A a-hole. Hopeless. You? Alright, but I'm not drinking. After last time I never want to see alcohol again. That hangover was not fun. The last time he had alcohol in his system was at Yuga Aoyama's party a few months ago. That was probably one of the most embarrassing experiences of his life. After chugging 7 beers he lost control of his mouth. More so, the function to close it. He said anything and everything that came to mind. Ochako, being the amazing friend she is, recorded the whole thing. Needless to say, he shouldn't have the innocent reputation he has today. Izuku mentally cursed himself for saying yes so quickly. He'd have to ask his mom to go out this weekend, and getting her to agree was always a hassle in itself. She would much rather have him stay inside with her, completing crossword puzzles and watching reruns of I Love Lucy. He didn't even know what the show was about, but his mother loved it. English made his brain hurt and the old show from the early 50s did not help that. Closing his eyes, he tried his best not to look forward to seeing Katsuki again tomorrow. It would just be a short exchange, but Izuku found himself wanting to make the most of it. He felt silly knowing that with Katsuki as his neighbor, he didn't have to wait for school to see him. Katsuki was within reach but just out of touch. Seriously, their windows were so close Izuku could reach his hand over and suddenly he was in Katsuki Bakugo's bedroom. That concept was slightly terrifying. He hadn't stepped foot on the Bakugo property since they were kids. He tried not to reminisce too much as he drifted off to sleep with a certain blonde occupying his mind. Katsuki Bakugo didn't do dates. He didn't do relationships or love or any of that sappy shit. But this he could do. A quick F, and then get out of there? Easy. His friends were stupider than he thought if they thought he wouldn't complete this dare. With $100 on the line, there was no way Katsuki would deny this. But Denki added, his mouth full of lunch. Disgusting. Did the idiot not know how gross it was to talk with your mouth full? There was. But that almost made Katsuki back out. Almost. He never stepped down from a challenge. He was Katsuki Fing Bakugo. Who would he be if he chickened out of a shitty little dare? He made it his job to take on any dare thrown at him, no matter how outrageous. His friends liked to take advantage of that fact. It has to be Izuku Midoriya or you get no money. Denki smiled, so sure that this condition would let him keep his money in his pocket. The lunch table erupted in a mix of protests and laughter. Izuku's version reputation precedes him. He was the last person Katsuki thought about in that way, making this dare all the more hilarious to his group of friends. Hell, Katsuki couldn't think of anyone who wanted to get in the dipshit's breathes. They'd have be one boring person if they took interest in Deku of all people. Zero slapped another 100 on the lunch table. Make it $200 if you take him on a few dates. Take the nerd's virginity and take him out on a few dates? Easy money. Katsuki scoffed. And so, Katsuki found himself in Izuku's garden, determined to earn that dollar. The place was thriving with life. So many plants, too much green, not enough space. He wondered how many members were in this club. There were far too many plants to tend to for just a small group of people to take care of. Also, who the hell joined the gardening club? Gardening? Really? That was almost as lame as math club. Hello. He called out, not seeing anyone around. This place was eerie as F-. Statues and benches decorated the small place. The silence was deafening as the garden statues stared at him, knowing he wasn't supposed to be here. The sun shined just overhead, causing the flowers around him to jump to life. Anyone here? He asked, kicking over a watering can. He watched the water spill from the can, drowning a nearby plant. He pretended he didn't see. Walking deeper into the garden, he saw that familiar tuft of messy green hair. He scoffed. I can see you. Deku bounced up, a nervous smile on his face. Kaken. For $4 he reminded himself. He underestimated just how annoying Deku was. He took a good look at him. Pink gloves on his hands, long messy hair that, unfortunately, looked a little too good on him. His muscular arms looked a little too restricted in his tight shirt. If he squinted hard enough, he could see dark smudged eyeliner around his obnoxiously green eyes. Oh, he said, surprised at Deku's change in appearance. How long had it been since he really looked at him? How did he change so quickly? He looked good. For a nerd, he quickly added onto his thoughts. He looked good for a nerd. Deku, he said, collecting himself. Where are the other members? Deku fidgeted with his fingers, an old habit that Katsuki had an unreasonable hatred for. Can't he just stand still? It's just me. Did you need something? Yeah. A shitty date. Yeah, why else would I be here? I fucking need flowers, dipshit. He doesn't need flowers, what the F-. Katsuki's eyes lingered on Deku's thighs as he stood there with that stupid look on his face. He had to admit, for a shitty little gardener, Deku was ripped. He wondered how much he could lift before finally realizing that it was Deku he was thinking about. Before he knew it, he was leaving with stupid flowers he didn't even want, and no date. His words escaped him, and he found it hard to focus on his goal while Deku stared up at him with those eyes. He was always a sucker for men in eyeliner. The fact Deku of all people made him lose his train of thought was something he didn't want to think too hard about. Whatever. They'll just ask him later. Izuku's hair was always a little damp after a shower, even after blow-drying it. His thick curls took forever to dry. Staring at himself in the mirror, he pouted. His towel hung around his neck, catching the water droplets that dripped from his mop of hair. He never knew what to do with it. After it dried, it stuck up and pointed in every direction. He decided it was too much of a hassle to fight his hair and just left it as is. It's grown out some since middle school. Some would call it a mullet, others would call it a short wolf cut. He didn't know. A knock on his bedroom window pulled him out of his hair crisis. He paused, trying to figure out if he just imagined the sound. He took a few slow steps out of his bathroom, and then the knocking happened again. Panicked, he searched his room for any sort of weapon. Deciding on a hairbrush, which he never used, he threw open his curtains. "Deku!" Katsuki yelled from behind the glass. He sat perched on Izuku's roof as if he'd done it so many times before. Oh my fang god, Katsuki Bakugo was on his roof. How did he even get there? What if he fell? Oh god, would Izuku be charged for manslaughter? It technically wouldn't be his fault. How was he supposed to know Katsuki had terrible balance? He's an athlete. Balance is like his forte. Oh no, Izuku would be the cause of the end of Katsuki's career. He'd never forgive himself. Stunned, Izuku dropped his hairbrush to the ground. Now that he thinks about it, he didn't know how well a hairbrush would work as a self-defense weapon. He should probably invest in a bat. Or at least a pair of scissors. Katsuki pressed his hand on the glass, tapping on it once again. Izuku didn't move. "Open the Deepening window." Katsuki yelled. Izuku, so sure he was dreaming, did not open the window. He blinked, closed his curtains, picked up his hairbrush, and walked back into the bathroom. Okay, maybe this small crush was worse than he thought. He was hallucinating now? But get back here, you piece of shit. Don't act like you just didn't see me. Okay, not dreaming. It wasn't a hallucination. Great, Katsuki was really outside his window right now. He was probably tricking him into letting him inside so he could kill him. Izuku's life ends right here, right now. How unfortunate. He didn't even get the chance to talk to that cute guy, or buy his dream car, or even get a pet. He'd never have children, and he'd never be able to tell them about that one time God himself wandered into his garden, stole some daffodils, and called him a dipshit. Deku! Izuku scrambled to throw open his curtains once again. Katsuki was still there, in all of his glory. He slid open his window, taking notice of Katsuki's window that had the curtains drawn open as well. Did he jump from his roof to Izuku's? Katsuki forced his way past Izuku, who was still standing there with his jaw on the floor like an idiot, and hopped inside his room. When he landed, he stretched his back. Apparently hunching over outside someone's window does not do nice things to your body. Why was he acting so normal about this? He just broke into his house. Sorry, but why are you in my room? Izuku asked, standing awkwardly as Katsuki took a look around. His walls were painted a nice bright yellow. His mother picked it out. She thought a happy color would influence Izuku's mood. Posters and pictures covered his walls, decorating every corner. His bookshelf was stacked with various comic books and manga he hoped Katsuki wouldn't try to steal. The two have fought in bookstores over manga volumes numerous times. Plants and vines grew up, reaching the ceiling. If he let it get any more out of control, he'd have a little shop of horrors. This was the weirdest dream he's ever had. Katsuki was standing in the middle of his room, not trying to kill him for once. "You need a ride to school?" Katsuki asked. Izuku blinked. What? Katsuki must want something from him. They didn't do friendly exchanges like this or normal conversations. Just yesterday Katsuki said he didn't want to be anywhere near his house. Now here he was. In his bedroom of all places. Don't make me repeat myself. I won't ask again. Izuku furrowed his brows. Finally realizing this wasn't a dream, if it was, Katsuki would be a lot more naked, he spoke up. Is this a trick? I'm not sure if you noticed or not, but we aren't exactly friends. Izuku wasn't blind to the reality of their relationship. Katsuki didn't like him and Izuku didn't like that he was mean to him. They didn't get along. They were so notorious for fighting that the entire school knew of their little rivalry. When they crossed paths in the hallways, the students around them tensed up, always expecting a fight. Teachers made a point to separate them at all times and they lived that way for years. Until now. Yeah, well maybe I want to be friends. Izuku choked out a laugh. That's funny. What do you really want, Kaken? A date. That is not what he expected to come out of Katsuki's mouth. He was expecting something more in character like, give me all your manga or die. Or, set me up with one of your friends, they're so much better than you. Not that. No, Izuku said. The room fell silent for a moment. Katsuki seemed confused as if he'd never heard the word before. No. He asked. Izuku repeated himself. No. But I'll take that ride to school though. Izuku knew Katsuki wasn't really into him. He thought back to what Ochako had said about his and Momo's past relationship. He just used her. Izuku was a fool but he wasn't that stupid. Katsuki Bakugo was a heartbreaker and Izuku wasn't about to be another name added onto the long list of people Katsuki left hanging high and dry. So, as much as he wanted to go on a date with him, he knew better. So he said no. Wait, what do you mean no? Katsuki asked, floored that someone had the audacity to say no to going on a date with him. Go on a date with me. Not interested. Izuku lied. He knew it was for the better. You're a sheet liar. Am I? Katsuki took a step back to collect his thoughts. Okay, fine. At least let me give you a ride to school. Izuku turned around to pick up his backpack from the floor. He swung it over his shoulder with a smile. Okay, don't forget my money, Kaken. If he wasn't going to go on a date with him, Izuku figured it wouldn't be a problem if they hung out as friends. Just friends. That's it. Because he didn't have romantic feelings for Katsuki at all. He tried not to have too much pep in his step as he walked down the stairs. Katsuki followed close behind, seemingly lost in thought. His mother almost dropped her coffee mug in shock at the sight of Izuku leading a boy down from his room. He knew how incriminating it looked, but it was a little too late to tell Katsuki to go back up and sneak out through the window. Izuku, when did Katsuki get here? Did he stay the night? Don't tell me you two dash. Izuku stopped her before she could finish that cursed sentence. No, Mom. He's giving me a ride to school. See you later, bye. He yelled, practically pushing Katsuki out the front door. Izuku! She called before the door slammed shut. Katsuki snickered, making his way to his own driveway. Your mom always asks that many questions when you have someone over? Yes, Izuku huffed. Katsuki approached a black 1967 Chevrolet Impala. He pulled open the driver's side door and hopped in. What a gentleman, Izuku thought. Leaving him to open his own car door. Then it hit him. Holy F dash. Izuku cursed, causing Katsuki to WHP his head around in surprise. He jumped out of the car to look at Izuku, who was just staring with his jaw slack. Did you just say F dash? Katsuki asked, sort of surprised. This is your car? Izuku yelled a little too loud for it to be 7 a.m. This is my dream car, Kaken. You don't understand. I've wanted this car since I was a kid. Katsuki smirked. I know. It's all you talked about when we were brats. It's nice, isn't it? Katsuki was fully aware of how petty it was to buy the same car Izuku was after all his life. But who would he be if he didn't make Izuku's life a little more difficult? He couldn't let Deku get what he wanted, now could he? So he snagged the car from the old man down the street before Izuku could even think about it. Izuku looked like he was on the brink of tears. It's more than nice. It's wow. Well, don't just stand there, get in, nerd. Izuku climbed into the car before running his hands across the dashboard. God, he loved this car. Maybe Katsuki could give him a ride every day. Izuku might take up his offer for that date as long as they drive in this. Stop caressing my car, you weirdo. And with that, Katsuki pulled out of his driveway. The car ride was awkward. Izuku sat with his hands in his lap as Katsuki kept his eyes on the road. Classic rock played from the stereo of the car. Katsuki had a wide range of CDs in his car, ranging from AC/DC to Kiss and surprisingly Madonna. You Give Love a Bad Name by Bon Jovi filled the silence in the car. Izuku loved the guitar in the song, but as for the words, he had no idea what those were about. Izuku wondered if Katsuki knew enough English to understand what they were saying. I didn't know you liked old music, Kaken. Katsuki hummed. It's not that old, you loser. These CDs came with the car. It was like a 2-in-1. Katsuki said. Izuku didn't say anything else, letting the music fill the silence. But, of course, he always had trouble keeping his mouth shut. Are you going to that party tomorrow? Katsuki laughed as if that shouldn't even be a question. I go to all the parties, dipshit. Izuku knew that. Katsuki was invited to every party. If he was going to be there, everyone wanted to be there. Izuku didn't really go to parties. He assumed Katsuki knew this too. He had only been to a few in his entire high school career. His mother preached that it was a breeding ground for babies and bad decisions. Some would argue that those were the same thing, but I digress. The point is, he knew his mother wouldn't let him go out. He would have to find a way to convince her just this once. Oh, Izuku said, not knowing what else to say. The awkward tension was back. How long until they got to the school building? Your flower money is in that compartment right there, Katsuki said. Take it so I don't owe you. Izuku opened the compartment Katsuki pointed at. If he was honest, he really didn't care about the money anymore. He could always ask his mother for her old gardening tools. When it popped open, a pack of condoms fell out into Izuku's lap. Immediately, Izuku froze, flushing bright pink. Katsuki pulled into the school's parking lot. What? You never seen a condom before? He sneered. Izuku grabbed the money and quickly shoved the condoms back into their rightful place. Sorry, he squeaked. Katsuki turned the car off with an exaggerated eye roll. Izuku practically tumbled out of the car, not wanting to be in there any longer, running to his garden. If there was a chance Katsuki had CC with someone else in that very seat, Izuku did not want to think about it. When he got to his garden, Ochako and Shoto were already waiting for him. He smiled to see that they were nice enough to start watering his plants. A date? Ochako screamed a little too loud. Other lunch tables turned to look at her. Izuku internally face-bombed, slightly embarrassed of her volume. She was always too invested in his love life. Or more so, the lack of. And you said no? Shoto asked, confirming the details of his story. Izuku nodded. Yeah, then he drove me to school. Ochako was absolutely floored. So the guy you've had a crush on for years broke into your house, asked you on a date which you rejected, by the way, and then drove you to school. Izuku, I'm not sure if you realize this, but this is exactly what you've been waiting for. Izuku sighed. If you mean heartbreak, then no. That's not what I want. You said it yourself, he's a heartbreaker. Shoto nodded. He probably makes people cry for fun. Izuku groaned, laying his head down on the lunch table. That's not true. He's not that much of an a-hole. And kicks puppies, Shoto added. And he probably yells at his mom. Like a psychopath. Izuku laughed. Okay, that last part is true. Ochako waved Shoto off. Nonsense. I don't think one date would hurt. Just to see if he's really into it. Izuku lifted his head. What about Kusei? Ochako smiled. Oh no, Izuku knew what that meant. She was scheming. Looks like she had this all planned out. Props to her, Izuku thought. He wouldn't have any idea what to do without her. She truly was an evil mastermind. You'll go out with both, she said. Shoto slurped on his soba noodles. No. I vote he goes out with Kusei and drops Bakugo. Ochako ignored him. You'll agree to a date with Bakugo. Go to the party with Kusei, and if Bakugo's really into you, he'll see you two at the party and get jealous. Then you'll know. Izuku stared at her in disbelief. No need to thank me, she said. But that's using him. I don't want to use Kusei for my own little experiment. That's wrong. Izuku countered. It's not using him if you're interested in them both. She pointed a fry at him before taking a bite. Plus, if you end up really liking Kusei, you already have the date in the bag. At that point, all you have to do is tell Bakugo you're not interested in him after all. Wow, you really planned it all out, Shoto said. You're like really excited about it too. Well, Izuku couldn't argue with her logic. Whatever he chose to do, the outcome would be the same. He'd have a boyfriend, just as she planned. The cards were all laid out for him. It was a little too perfect. There had to be a catch, but he couldn't think of one. Alright, he agreed. But if this all backfires on me, you better have my favorite ice cream prepared. I'll need it. Shoto and Ochako nodded and spoke in unison. Vanilla with absolutely no toppings. Izuku confirmed. None at all. It ruins the flavor. Yeah, we've heard it all before. Now go tell Bakugo. Ochako said, pulling Izuku's lunch tray away from him. What? He's over there with his friends. I don't think that's a good idea. Izuku said as Shoto pulled him up from his seat. Curse his scheming friends. It's like they had telepathic powers, all just to make his life all the more difficult. The party is tomorrow. It's now or never. And suddenly he was standing in front of the entire track team's lunch table, shaking like a leaf. Shoto abandoned him and Ochako was rooting for him from their table. Remember this morning when he thought his life was over? Scratch that. Now his life was over. He caught the last of the table's conversation before he interrupted. Denki Kaminari, a member of the art club, was laughing so hard Izuku thought he might pass out. He rejected you? Hanta Siro, captain of the soccer team, was basically on the floor while the rest of the table laughed. Katsuki looked very upset, practically blowing smoke from his nose. Probably angry at whatever they were laughing at. Izuku didn't have the will to decipher any of it. Izuku was familiar with some of Katsuki's friends. He caught them messing around in his garden once trying to skip class. He only got on their good side by letting them stay and lying to any teacher that asked about it. Kaken? Izuku interrupted. The entire table turned to him. Wow, this was even scarier than he thought. Denki and Hanta exchanged knowing looks, holding back laughter. About that date. He whispered the word date, as if it was some sort of swear word. I changed my mind. I'll go with you. Denki and Hanta's jaws dropped while Katsuki smirked. Izuku chewed on his bottom lip, fidgeting in place and looking anywhere but Katsuki's eyes. Turns out, against his better judgment, he's going on a date with Katsuki Bakugo after all. For now, he couldn't tell if that was a good or a bad thing. He turned around to see Ochako throwing him 2 thumbs up. Well, she seemed really excited about it. Perfect, Katsuki said, drawing Izuku's attention back to him. I knew you'd come around. Izuku just stood there awkwardly as the entire table watched the whole interaction. If he didn't know any better, he'd think they were shocked Katsuki managed to get Izuku to agree. Izuku himself was shocked about the entire situation. When he told himself senior year would be different, this is not what he expected. To say Izuku was stressed would be an understatement. In all of the stress of his truly unfortunate love life, he forgot to actually ask his mother if he could go to the party tonight. She always hated when he would ask to go somewhere last minute. She liked to know a few days in advance so she could think it over and probably come up with a million different things that could go wrong while Izuku was out of the house. She didn't necessarily keep him on a leash, but when he did go out she expected hourly calls or texts just so she could calm her nerves. Of course, Izuku thought that was absurd, so they made a compromise. He'll text her when he gets there, one more text halfway through to check in, and call when he's on his way home. He took a deep breath, conjuring the confidence to ask his mother to go out the day of. Fidgeting with his fingers he walked into the kitchen. Mom. She turned around with a warm smile on her face. Yes, honey. Were a few hours before he had to get ready. Ochako would come over to help him with his outfit, her idea of course. Shoto would drive them in his dad's car, and they could go and have fun. But first, he had to jump this hurdle. Well, there's this party tonight, he said. It sounded like more of a question than a statement. I know it's kinda late to ask, but I really want to go. Izuku, you know how I feel about parties. And you're asking so last minute. He forced a smile. I know, I'm sorry. I forgot to ask the other day. She turned back to her cooking on the stove. With her lips pressed into a thin line, She thought for a moment. Izuku stood in place as he waited for her answer. He felt silly for having to ask his mom for everything, but it's not like he had a choice. She was this way for a reason, he'd just have to put up with it. No alcohol, right? She asked. Izuku suppressed a smile, knowing what that meant. Nope, she'd let him go. Who are you going with? She always seemed to have a worried look on her face. Izuku wondered if her eyebrows ever relaxed. Ochako and Shoto. Kaken is going to be there too. Izuku thought he should only name people his mother knew. She wasn't fond of new people in Izuku's life. She had a tendency to be suspicious of everyone. Well, right, just stay with your friends. I don't want you going alone, she said, turning off the stove. Of course. Thanks, Mom, he said, running up to his room. That went surprisingly well. He expected her to beg him to stay home. She never actually says the word no. She just kindly suggests that Izuku shouldn't go, but he knew what that meant. And when she brought out the crossword puzzles, he knew he was not going anywhere. He wondered how she would react when he tells her he has a date to go to. He cringed at the thought. I love you, she called as he disappeared up the stairs. When he got to his room, he was not expecting to see Katsuki standing there waiting for him. See, he usually left his window unlocked on days like these. Days where he expected Ochako to come over so she could let herself in. For some odd reason, she insisted on coming in through his window because it was faster than using the front door. He would beg to differ, but she did a lot of things Izuku didn't understand. Like, dip her strawberry pocky in maple syrup. She swore up and down that it was the best thing she'd ever tasted, but I digress. His window was not unlocked for the likes of Katsuki Bakugo to just let himself in whenever he pleases. Kaken! Izuku yelled out in surprise. You're in my room, he said, stating the obvious. Your window was unlocked, nerd. Yeah. Ochako is supposed to come in, not you. Izuku said, trying to keep his voice hushed. You can't just break into my house. Again. Who the hell is Ochako? Why the hell do you let him break into your house and not me? Katsuki asked, completely serious. Are you kidding? Uraraka? The girl I'm always hanging out with? Izuku tried. At this point, Izuku wasn't sure if Katsuki even knew his own name. He had nicknames for everyone. Most think it's just him teasing, but Izuku was almost positive that Katsuki was just terrible with names. Katsuki stared back blankly. God, for someone so smart, he sure was dense as hell. She's on the student council? Brown hair. Katsuki snapped his fingers in realization. Oh, pink cheeks. You're unbelievable. But that's not the point. Get out. Get out of my house. Izuku yelled, shooing him with his hands. No, we have a date to go to, Katsuki said, crossing his arms as Izuku attempted to push him closer to the window. He didn't budge. Wow, Katsuki was a lot stronger than he looked. No, I'm going to that party. Izuku countered. He caught sight of Ochako outside his window, watching the entire interaction go down. She had that look on her face Izuku had grown to fear. It was sort of an evil grin, sort of a suggestive smirk. All Izuku knew was that it meant she was interpreting the situation entirely wrong. Come with me, Katsuki said. It was more of a demand than a suggestion. Ochako seemed to be listening from outside the window because Izuku saw her shake her head no from outside. Apparently, Katsuki was ruining her plans. No, Izuku said, sort of unsure of himself, dragging out the word. He tried to read Ochako's lips, but it was hopeless. I'm going with, he squinted a little. Me. I mean Ochako. I'm going with Ochako. And Shoto. Lip reading proved to be far more difficult than he thought. The hell are you looking at? Katsuki asked, turning around to look out the window. Ochako moved out of the way before she could be caught. Plus, hanging out at a party isn't a date. Izuku reasoned. What? You want me to take you to a fancy restaurant or something? Pour your wine for you? Katsuki snickered. Izuku rolled his eyes. That sounds the most boring thing ever. Katsuki threw his head back with a deep laugh. This is when Izuku finally looked at him. His outfit was simple, but he pulled it off. Black ripped jeans paired with very thick combat boots. He wore a loose Scorpions band tee that stopped just above his thigh, all with a black leather jacket thrown over top. Izuku should have known the type of music Katsuki listened to when he dressed like that. It was so obvious. The sound of his window sliding open pulled him out of his thoughts. Ochako let herself in with Shoto in tow. Suddenly, the four of them were standing in the room staring at one another. "I can't watch this anymore," Ochako said. "Bakugo, get out. We have things to do." Shoto nodded his head, pointing at the window. "Yes, Bakugo. We need as much time as we can get to tame the beast that is Izuku's hair." His voice was calm and monotonous. Izuku brought his hand up to touch his curls. "It's not that bad, is it?" "What?" "No, don't tell me what to do. We were having a conversation." Katsuki yelled as he was forced out of the window. "Hands off, pink cheeks." "Bye, Kaken." Izuku yelled before the window was shut. "Now that he's gone, let's pick your outfit," Ochako said, pulling open Izuku's closet door. Shoto made himself comfortable on Izuku's bed, popping open a bag of chips. Somehow, someway Shoto always had food on him. Ochako rummaged through Izuku's closet searching for something in particular. She seemed to know her way around his closet better than him. It was no secret that Izuku had poor fashion taste. He preferred simple outfits, like a pair of shorts and a graphic t-shirt. That wasn't to say he didn't enjoy dressing up. He actually looked forward to the many outfits Ochako planned for him. He only got to wear them on occasion. She threw a white button-down at him. Shoto had bought him the shirt, but he'd never had the chance to wear it. Until now. The sleeves were ruffled and flared out. It was a nice shirt, something he'd never choose himself. Black skinny jeans were thrown his way, and then Ochako turned around with that smile on her face. "What?" he asked. "Why are you giving me that look?" "Nothing," she sang, pushing him to the bathroom. "Go get changed." When he was dressed and ready to go, he was sort of confused. This outfit was nothing like what she had picked for him in the past. He walked out of the bathroom with a puzzled look on his face. "Ochako, don't you think this outfit is kinda plain?" he asked, buttoning up his shirt. "Oh, my sweet Izuku," she tisked. "You're wearing it wrong. Plus, I left out this." She yelled dramatically, holding up a corset belt. Izuku's eyes widened. Where did she get that from? He certainly didn't own anything like that. "A corset?" he yelled. "I knew there had to be something else." "Oh, come on. It's more of a belt than a corset. See? It has Velcro in the back. Now unbutton those top 4 buttons." Izuku complied and let her put the corset on him. He had to admit that he did look good. Kind of like a vampire, but good. "There, is it? You look great. Now, Shoto," she called. "Hair and makeup." Shoto hopped up from his spot on the bed. This was Izuku's favorite part. He himself was never really good with makeup, but Shoto, on the other hand, had an odd talent for it. They never did anything crazy. Just some eyeliner, and if he's feeling up to it, they'll cover up his freckles. "You look great." He's always had a love-hate relationship with his freckles. On one hand, they were a part of him and his boyish charm. On the other, he thought they made him look much younger than he actually was. "Freckles?" Shoto asked. Izuku pondered for a moment. "Let's keep them." He smiled. When they got there, Izuku took notice of how big Kusui's beach house was. The car ride with Ochako and Shoto was probably the most nerve-wracking experience he's ever had. He wasn't nervous about being in the car, or because of Shoto's insanely reckless driving. Seriously, how did he have a license? He was nervous about what was to come. Kusui's family were musicians. His mother traveled the world to play violin just for the hell of it, but his father was a composer. Izuku looked around. The backyard was vast and open, with a perfectly manicured lawn, a pool with an artificial waterfall, and a sea of people having the time of their lives. There were people in every corner, much to Izuku's dismay. He looked out to the ocean. Its clear ocean blue water glistened in the sunset. The golden sand stretched across the horizon, and Izuku found himself wanting to run out to the ocean instead. Kusui's family must be good at what they do if they could afford this, Izuku thought. It was something he only saw in coming-of-age movies. Something he only dreamed of experiencing. He read the same book over and over, hoping, wish, praying that he could have something like that. Inside the house, where Izuku decided to stay away from, music bounced through the air and people danced as they felt the alcohol poison their liver. Ah, the aesthetics of a high school party. Izuku liked the idea of it, but when you broke it down, it didn't sound like fun. There were far too many people in there for Izuku's comfort. Sweaty teenagers dancing up on each other, terrible music nobody really liked but still danced to anyway, bets to see who could down more beer bottles, teenage things Izuku had never taken a part of. As terrible as all of that sounded, he along with everyone else in this city loved it. There was something so freeing about taking shots off your best friend's body. Not that he had ever done that. Okay, there was that one time, but it was a dare. Izuku was competitive by nature. He never backed down from a dare. Usually, when he went to parties, he stuck to Ochako with a drink in his hand, following her like a lost puppy. He didn't participate in any of the party games or anything really. Despite all that, he enjoyed himself. To calm his nerves, he decided to identify every plant he saw. He knew it was sort of lame, believe me. But plants had always given him a sort of comfort nothing else has. Suddenly, Shoto pulled him along towards the snack table by the pool. He laughed to himself. Obviously, Shoto's comfort was food. Ochako seemed to disappear the moment she got here. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku turned around. Kusei Miyazono was jogging toward him. Or I supposed it's just Kusei. He didn't like his family name and Izuku wasn't one to question people. Kusei. Hi. Izuku yelled, voice cracking in surprise. Shoto disappeared as well. God, it's like they planned this. I'm glad you came. Kusei smiled. Izuku fidgeted with his fingers. He was starting to doubt himself. Could he really talk to this guy? What if Ochako was wrong and he wasn't really into him? Me too. And you can call me Izuku. It feels weird to be the only one to call you by your first name. He laughed nervously. Izuku caught sight of Katsuki on the patio. He sat on one of the coolers with a Diet Coke in his hands. Taking a look at Katsuki's outfit one more time, he came to the conclusion and he was the best-looking person here. But everyone thought that, so Izuku didn't feel as creepy as he usually would. Their eyes met and Izuku quickly looked away, eyes back on Kusei. Kusei had far more freckles than Izuku. They reminded him of the stars, he thought. Scattered around his face, he could get lost in them. Kusei wore a tight gray tank and a pair of ripped jeans. Izuku smiled. Do you want to sit by the pool with me? Izuku asked. I like the water. Really, Izuku wanted to go to the beach, but he thought it would be weird to ask. Of course. For a cute guy like you, I'd do anything. He winked, his blue eyes matching the ocean's bright color. Izuku laughed nervously as he took a seat by the pool. Deciding he just wanted to dip his feet in, he rolled up his jeans and took his shoes off. The water was surprisingly warm. The trickling sound of the artificial waterfall calmed his nerves a bit. Talking to Kusei proved to be harder than he thought. So, Izuku started, not knowing how to fill the awkward silence between them. You look great, by the way. Kusei interrupted. This belt thing, he tugged at it a little, really pulls the whole look together. I almost didn't recognize you. Izuku flushed pink. Thanks, Ochako picked it out for me. He laughed. Kusei laughed and threw an arm around Izuku's shoulder. Izuku flushed a deeper shade of red at the action. Was it obvious that he's never had someone this close to him before? Kusei smirked at Izuku's flustered state. This wasn't so bad. Kusei was nice. A little flirtatious, but nice. Oi nerd. Katsuki called out from behind them. We still on for that date? Izuku's eyes widened. He looked to Kusei, who seemed to hesitate to pull his arm away. Eyes turned to him and groups of friends whispered to one another. Izuku looked mortified while Katsuki just sat back on the cooler, smug. Izuku could already hear the rumors emerge. Katsuki never seemed to care about what people said, but Izuku cared a little too much. The last time he was involved in school drama was when he was in the 5th grade. Everyone at school twisted the story and soon enough everyone thought he was a weirdo who ate bugs. That wasn't true at all. One just flew in his mouth while he was gardening. Needless to say, he cried. Oh, I didn't know you and Bakugo were dash. Kusei finally pulled his arm away. We're not. He's not. He's just messing around. You know Kaken. Huh, always making my life hard. Izuku stood up. Excuse me, he said, leaving Kusai there confused. He didn't even pick up his shoes, storming over to Katsuki. Izuku was sure he did that on purpose. To embarrass him? To keep Kusai from getting too close? Just to make his life difficult? Izuku didn't know. Why did you do that? Izuku asked, staring at Katsuki who still sat, still very proud of himself, on the cooler. Why not? Katsuki smirked. I was just asking a question. Because now Kusai and everyone else thinks we're together, Izuku said a little frustrated. He sort of liked Kusai, he just hoped Katsuki didn't ruin that. But then he really thought about it. Why did Katsuki do that? Who cares? Plus, I'm saving you from going home with a guy who has bug eyes. Do you really want to date bug eyes? His blue eyes are FNG creepy. I happen to like his eyes. Izuku crossed his arms. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were jealous. Katsuki laughed, loud and obnoxious. Jealous? What do I have to be jealous of bug eyes for? I don't know, Kaken. You tell me. Katsuki scoffed before taking another gulp of his Diet Coke. Fine. Go with him. I don't care who you sleep with. Maybe he'll take you on that boring diner date too. Izuku almost laughed. It sort of sounded like he did care. Maybe I will. Wait dash, Katsuki said, stopping Izuku in his tracks. Katsuki thought back to his bet. Deku couldn't be with anyone else, or he'd lose, and Katsuki Bakugo does not lose. The bet was to take Deku on a few dates and take his virginity. Seemed easy enough, but if someone else got there before him, are you serious? Izuku shrugged. Maybe. And with that he walked off. Izuku said he'd never touch alcohol again. He didn't want to look at it, smell it, drink it. He was done. Unfortunately, he only remembered this after he downed shot after shot with Kusai. He apologized for leaving so suddenly, and Kusai proposed they get some drinks to make up for it. And how could Izuku say no to that cute face? He wasn't lying when he was talking to Katsuki. He really did like his eyes. Pour me another, Izuku said slowly, slamming down his shot glass. He'd always had poor impulse control and an even poorer tolerance for alcohol. Kusai took the glass. Are you sure? You're wobbling a bit. Can you even stand? Another, Izuku said. I'm having fun. You trying to kill my fun, Ko? Kusai blushed at the nickname. Course not. Here. He poured them both more shots. Izuku could feel eyes on him, but he shook it off. There were so many people here, he was bound to feel suffocated. More shots should take the edge off. Hey, Izuku. Ochako called. Izuku hadn't even noticed her come up to him. Shoto and I are playing beer pong over there. You wanna come? Oh hell yeah. Come on Kusai. Izuku wobbled. Be my partner. When they got to the table, Shoto reminded them all of the rules. He was sure to make sure Ochako was listening because she had a habit of cheating at games. And with that, the game began. Izuku, being absolutely wasted, wobbled on his feet but managed to get the ball in. Throwing his hands in the air, he celebrated the small victory, using Kusai as support. Their touches were a lot more comfortable now that Izuku relaxed. Kusai was a lot more sober and a lot more steady on his feet. He got the ball in with ease. But even with their combined, terrible, beer pong skills, Ochako and Shoto still won, and Izuku was even drunker than before. Yes! Ochako yelled, giving Shoto an aggressive double high five. In your face, Izuku! You cheated! Izuku pouted, knowing that he lost fair and square. He let Ochako and Shoto savor their win. She was almost as competitive as he was. Before he knew it, Kusai was leading him somewhere. His head was pounding and the floor was slipping out from under him as he walked. Suddenly he was inside Kusai's beach house surrounded by people. Come on. You're drunk as hell. I'll take you to my room so you can sober up before going home. Izuku pouted, resisting Kusai's pull. The loud music inside was not doing good things for his already growing headache. I don't want to go home. I'm having fun. I'm already out past curfew, I might as well stay. He said. He didn't text his mother or give her any calls. He was too distracted. If he went home now, he'd never hear the end of it. He wants to put off that lecture from his mother for as long as possible. Come on, you'll regret it in the morning. I can already feel your hangover. Let's get you sobered up, he said, trying to pull Izuku up the stairs. Izuku tried to pull away again. No, I don't want to. The hell is going on here? An all too familiar gruff voice asked. He knew that voice, but Izuku couldn't put his finger on it. Oh, Bakugo. I was just taking Izuku inside to what? Ha! The loser is drunk as shit and obviously doesn't want to go with you, Katsuki said, getting a little too close to Kusiai's face. He towered over him, holding a good few inches above him. Kaken? Izuku slurred. Don't make me go. Whoa, I think you're misunderstanding the situation, Kusiai said, waving his hands in defense. Really? Because it looks like you're forcing him to go up to your room with you. No. I mean yes. But it's not like that dash. Kusiai couldn't finish his sentence before Katsuki's fist collided with his jaw. He fell to the ground in shock, holding his face. Get up, you piece of shit, Katsuki yelled, kicking Kusiai in the side. Izuku cringed knowing Katsuki's thick combat boots hurt. I'll effing kill you. Kaken, stop. Izuku yelled. Katsuki kicked him again. All he saw was red. This wasn't about some stupid bet anymore. If he lost, so be it. But he wasn't about to let some bug-eyed freak take advantage of Deku. Or anyone for that matter. He'd kill the fucker right here so he'd never get the chance to try anything like that again. Izuku stood there unable to do anything before Kirishima came over to pull Katsuki off Kusiai. The whole thing sobered him up pretty quick. Well, so much for things going well with Kusiai. If he was smart, he'd stay miles away from Izuku after this. Whoa, Bakugo! Stop, you'll kill the guy. Kirishima yelled, holding Katsuki back. Dude, get a grip. Good. Katsuki spat. Guys like him really pisses me off. He shook Kirishima off him. Kaken, you didn't have to dash. Shut up, Come on, I'm taking you home. He shrugged off his leather jacket. And put this on, it's getting late. Katsuki pulled Izuku along by the hand. Izuku found himself a little too fixated on the small touch for his own good. Izuku pulled on Katsuki's jacket. His face flushed as Katsuki's scent invaded his senses. It was oversized on him, drowning him in the fabric. Kaken, he wasn't dash. Izuku tripped over himself. He would have fallen to his knees if Katsuki wasn't holding on to him so tightly. Shit, you can't even walk properly, Katsuki said with a frown. I can take care of myself. Katsuki didn't listen. You shouldn't have drunk so much. That seemed to be a trend tonight. Katsuki ignoring everything Izuku tried to say. But he was always a little hard-headed. He didn't listen to anyone. He picked him up bridal style and made his way to his car that Izuku loved so much. Izuku's eyes widened as he held onto Katsuki's shirt for more stability. His head was spinning and being carried like this was making him even dizzier. When they got to his car, Izuku's head finally stopped trying to kill him. He relaxed in the seat as Katsuki made his way to the driver's side. Another thing he loved about this car. The seats were so comfortable. He closed his eyes, hearing the car's engine start. Love Buzz by Nirvana played quietly on the radio. Izuku giggled at the odd pronunciation of the English words. Go to sleep, I'll wake you up when we're home, Katsuki said. Not wanting to fight it, Izuku did just that and drifted off to sleep. When he awoke again, he was in Katsuki's arms. The lights of his house hurt his eyes even while he kept them closed. He stirred in Katsuki's hold. Kaken? He asked, still half asleep. Katsuki's arms were strong and his place against his chest was warm. He didn't want to move. Izuku? He heard his mother's voice. Oh, he was home. What happened? She asked a little too loud. God, his head was pounding. Don't worry, Auntie, Katsuki said, his tone softer than normal. He just fell asleep in the car. He's fine. Katsuki nodded towards the stairs. Can I? He asked. Inko nodded her head. Careful with his head. The stairs are narrow. And make sure he takes his shoes off. And he shouldn't sleep in those clothes. And dash. Katsuki didn't listen to the rest of her sentence. God, she worried too much. Deku's fine, thanks to him. He hummed in acknowledgement. Leonard. Wake up, you're home. Izuku said nothing and cuddled into Katsuki's chest. Izuku was so close, he could feel the athlete's heartbeat against him. He groaned, not wanting to open his eyes. Wake up, you need to get changed or Auntie will kill me. Izuku mumbled something akin to a, no, let me sleep, causing Katsuki to essike his teeth. Katsuki looked around the plant-filled room. Spotting a pair of shorts and a loose t-shirt, he decided he'd change Deku himself. He laid Izuku down in his bed. It creaked and whined under his weight. Hesitantly, Katsuki moved to take Izuku's shoes off. That was the easy part. He grabbed the shorts that had been thrown to the floor and moved to Izuku's jeans. He unbuttoned the button, careful to where his eyes landed. Kaken, Izuku mumbled. Those are my breathes. Shut up, I know. I'm sorry, I won't look. I just need to get you changed. Katsuki grumbled. God, these jeans were impossible to pull off. Izuku's hips were hugged tightly by the black denim. When he finally pulled them off, Katsuki averted his gaze, trying not to look at how Izuku's muscles spilled out of the breathes. Izuku nodded his head. Okay. Katsuki found himself wondering how often Izuku worked out. For a gardener, he was in good shape. He was no longer the scrawny weak Deku he was in middle school. That thought sort of freaked Katsuki out. Izuku had grown up and changed so quickly. For a while, he still saw him as his middle school self. He felt creepy as he just now realized his situation. He was seeing Izuku in a new light as he undressed him. Lift your hips for me, Deku. Izuku complied and Katsuki pulled up his shorts. His hands shook as he moved to take off Izuku's corset belt and unbutton Izuku's shirt. Get a grip, Katsuki, he said to himself. Izuku asked. His shirt fell open and Katsuki slowly pulled it off one sleeve at a time. With his chest on full display, Katsuki tried not to look. Nothing. Lift your arms, I need to get this shirt on you. Once he was fully dressed, Katsuki took a deep breath. He switched off the light and made his exit. Before he could, Izuku's voice stopped him. Thank you, Kaken. Katsuki hummed. Don't mention it. And he left. Katsuki had let his emotions get the better of him once again. He thought he had calmed down since his second year. He got into fewer fights, stopped shoving Deku into walls, and he was even nicer to his mother. Well, as nice as he can be. She really tested his patience sometimes. Personally, he thought he did what anyone would do. When he saw a drunk Deku resisting the touch of Bug Eyes, whatever his name was, Katsuki didn't care. What else was he supposed to think? He's knocked a few pervs' teeth out before, this time was no different. Except, Bug Eyes wasn't a perv and Deku seemed to really like the blue-eyed freak. At first, he was just messing around. Ruining his chance of scoring a date with the pole vaulter was merely entertainment for Katsuki. It just so happened that it helped him get one step closer to winning that bet. He hadn't forgotten about that. He thought this whole thing would be a drag, but breaking into Deku's house proved to be more fun than he thought. After he left Deku's house the night of the party, he sat out on his roof. Their room windows faced each other. The two have been coexisting side by side for as long as he can remember. It shocked him that Katsuki remembered the way to his room. Like muscle memory, he walked in and set the drunk nerd on his bed. His room hadn't changed much. More plants, more manga, but the layout was the same. His mother hadn't changed much either. She had gained a bit of weight since the last time he spoke to her, but she was still as sweet and suffocatingly worried as ever. It really set him off. He saw Izuku sneak in his friends almost every day. They climbed through the window like it was nothing. The day Inko saw Katsuki come down from Izuku's room, he could see it in Deku's eyes. Exhaustion, embarrassment, something else he couldn't understand. It seems like Inko keeps Izuku locked up. So much so that her sweet little boy has to resort to sneaking in his friends to see them outside of school. He always hated authority figures. So controlling, restrictive, annoying. He made it his job to cross all of them, especially ones like Inko Midoriya. Katsuki scoffed as one thought crossed through his mind. I'll show that nerd what real fun is and his mother won't be able to do shit about it. When Izuku woke up Sunday morning, he was absolutely mortified. His party clothes were folded neatly at the end of his bed. He sat up, his bed head messier than usual, pointing every which way. Luckily his curtains were shut tightly and he planned to keep them that way. He'd live his life in the darkness forever, never seeing the light of day, never touching alcohol again, and never having to face Katsuki. Most of the night was a blur. He remembered shots with Kusai, playing a few games of beer pong, then things got fuzzy. Before he knew it, he was in his bed with shaking tender hands on him. Katsuki's voice rang through his mind, not letting him escape the embarrassment. "Lift your hips for me, And just like that, Izuku did exactly what he said. He let Katsuki undress and dress him. Katsuki was even nice enough to fold his clothes. Izuku's face burned red and hot. "Lift your arms, I need to get this shirt on you." Izuku wanted to scream. He searched his bed for his phone with no luck. Grabbing his jeans from the end of his bed, he patted down the pockets but no phone. Lastly, he looked to his bedside table and there it was. Katsuki had put Izuku's phone to charge for him. This action alone wouldn't be a problem, but the idea of Katsuki knowing his way around Izuku's room well enough to even bother with his phone lit something inside him he would rather not focus on. Izuku hadn't changed the layout of his room since middle school. The fact Katsuki remembered little details from the past gave Izuku a little glimmer of hope. Maybe Katsuki really did like him. Izuku clicked on his phone. He had 1,000 missed calls and texts from Ochako and 1,000 more from his mom. With a sigh, he knew what would happen when he finally left his room. His mother would freak out on him and thus banning him from going to parties. She did the same thing after Yuga's birthday. Izuku came home drunk, knocking over pots of plants and shuffling across the hardwood floors. After giving him much-needed aspirin and a nap, she told him he wasn't allowed to go to any more parties. Of course, she forgot this rule of hers, but there was no doubt in Izuku's mind that this would give her a nice refresher. He squinted his eyes as he moved to text Ochako to tell her that he was unfortunately still alive. On the inside, however, he had died from embarrassment. This time was the last time. He was never drinking again. He laughed to himself knowing he'd break this promise to himself again. His mother always said, it was always nice to have goals. "Ochako, Izuku, where are you? Shoto and I are leaving." "Ochako, is your phone turned off? Where are you?" "Ochako, Izuku? Seriously, where are you?" 95 missed calls from Ochako. Izuku sighed, reading through the rest of the messages. His phone must have died last night. He didn't even want to think about reading his mother's texts right now. Clicking the call button, he waited for Ochako to answer. "Hello," she said, sounding like she just rolled out of bed. He imagined her bed head that was almost as bad as his. "Did I wake you?" he asked, laughing at the sleepiness in her voice. "Izuku!" she yelled. Izuku heard shuffling on the other side of the line. "What the hell? I thought you got kidnapped or something. I called you like 1,000,000 times." The shuffling continued. 95 times actually. "And I'm fine. Not kidnapped." He hesitated. "Kaken took me home." The shuffling paused for a moment before she spoke up. "Like to his house or dash?" "No," Izuku yelled. "No, not like that. He took me to my house. I was too drunk to walk apparently. He, took care of me." Ochako sighed in relief and the shuffling continued. "Then why did you sound so nervous?" "What else was I supposed to think?" "You were really drunk," she agreed. "If Bakugo tried something, I'd have to put my years of martial arts training to use." She laughed. Izuku laughed along with her until he asked, "What are you doing over there? There's a lot of background noise." "Climbing up your roof." "Unlock the window for me," she said matter-of-factly. And just as she finished that sentence, a tap on the glass followed. He sighed and hung up the phone. Peeling himself from the comfort of his bed and promptly ignoring the way it felt like his brain was trying to break through his skull, he opened the curtains and unlocked his window. Apparently, nobody knew what a front door was anymore. He debated just leaving his window unlocked at all times, but his paranoia would get the better of him. "You hung up on me." "How rude," Ochako said as she climbed in through the window. She's done it so many times before, She was almost perfect. Sir at breaking into his house with stealth as to not alert his mother. Izuku was a good kid. He knew this to be a fact. He tried not to cause too much trouble for his mother, but there were times where he just wanted to say, "What the hell," and let loose. All his life he's been known as the good kid. A pleasure to have in class, the reliable one everyone could count on. It was in his second year that he tried to chase what he was after. It started small. Sneaking in his friends even after his mother told him no. That's what started this trend of his best friends breaking into his house. He's sure his mother has noticed by now but just hasn't said anything. She was never one for confrontation. Ochako huffed. Phew, that gets easier every time. Now, tell me everything. Izuku yawned. I couldn't have told you this over the phone? I'm still half dead. He flopped back on his bed, closing his eyes. Ochako rolled her eyes. Where's your aspirin? Bathroom mirror, Izuku said simply, eyes still closed. After a while and a lot of shuffling sounds, he felt the pill bottle hit his stomach as Ochako tossed it to him. Okay, while you resurrect yourself, I'll tell you about my night. Izuku popped the pills in his mouth. Ida wasn't even at that party. Ochako smiled. I know. I met a girl. Izuku almost choked, swallowing the pills down dry. What? What about Ida? You've liked him for so long. Ochako waved him off. Oh, forget him. He's not into me. But this girl, Ochako gushed, she's amazing. She's the one in charge of drinks. Blonde hair, heavy eyeliner, cool smiley piercing. Ochako listed off defining traits. Izuku tried to think back to any girls he saw at the drinks table. He was so focused on Kusai and the drinks themselves that he didn't notice anyone else around him. Then it hit him like a truck. Kusai. Katsuki. The whole fight. Ochako, were you there for the fight? Izuku asked. Fight? You got in a fight? What? No. Kaken and Kusai did. Izuku said, biting his lip. I need to apologize to him. Kaken really hurt him. This is wonderful news. Ochako smiled. Do you know what this means? What? How is this good? Izuku was yelling far too much. His hangover was not happy with him. Kaken is like really strong and Kusai is not. He probably has broken ribs or something. How is he going to pole vault? Oh God. He hates me. I ruined his life. Izuku rambled on. First of all, calm down. I'm sure Kusai is fine. Second, Ochako smiled once again. That evil smile. This means my plan worked. You wanted them to fight? No. Listen. That means Bakugo did get jealous after all. Oh, Izuku blinked. He should probably tell her the whole story. No, he didn't. He was just being a good guy. How is beating up your party date being a good guy? Ochako asked, unless dash. No. It was a huge misunderstanding. Like a really big one. It was kinda my fault, I made it look worse than what it was. Izuku said in one breath. Kusai was trying to help me but Kaken got the wrong idea. Ochako blinked back, confused. You're okay though, right? He didn't? I'm fine. Like I said, he was just trying to help. They both were. Okay, good. Now let me help you. Your shirt is backward. Ochako laughed. How drunk were you? I didn't dress myself. Don't make fun of me. In his embarrassment, Izuku didn't notice his window slide open. Neither did Ochako apparently because she continued to ask questions. Hold up, back up, and rewind. You didn't dress yourself? Ochako asked. What the hell does that mean? I did it for him, a voice said. Izuku wanted to die. He was going to bury himself under these covers and live the rest of his life here. He prayed that he'd fuse into his mattress so he'd never have to leave. The loser was so drunk I had to carry him up the stairs. Katsuki shut the window behind him. Izuku must be stuck in a state of limbo. Katsuki seemed to be forcing his way into Izuku's life, and if he was completely honest, he didn't have a problem with it. One moment they were avoiding each other like the plague, the next Katsuki was sneaking through his window as if it was a common occurrence for him. Things were changing rather quickly and Izuku's brain and weak heart couldn't keep up. Katsuki was nicer than usual, if this could even be considered as nice. and it put Izuku on edge. But of course, his romantic heart was telling him to accept it. "What kind of shitty friend are you?" Katsuki asked Ochako. "Letting him get wasted like that and leaving him alone. I had to save his butt from some bug-eyed creep." Katsuki made it sound like it was more of a nuisance than it actually was. But even Izuku could tell that he was genuinely worried. "Excuse you?" Ochako said. "I was letting him have fun. He's not a baby. Plus, Kusai was with him." "Guys, I'm right here," Izuku said, matter-of-factly. "Who the F is that?" He obviously didn't do a good job of watching the nerd. Some shitbag was dragging him up the stairs. Katsuki yelled, ignoring Izuku entirely. "Guys dash." Ochako continued. "That was Kusai. He was taking him somewhere quieter to sober him up." Katsuki stood in silence. After a moment he pinched the bridge of his nose. Are you guys done?" Izuku asked. "God, it was too early for this. I have an apology call to make. If he presses charges, I'm going to get arrested again." Katsuki whispered under his breath. Ochako stuck her tongue out, making a face at Katsuki. "Yeah, you better hope he doesn't. He's a nice guy though. You're lucky." Izuku ignored them. Well, they certainly got along great. Unlocking his phone, he searched for Kusai's contact. He ran over a script in his head. You know, something like, "Hey, sorry my friend broke your ribs. He thought you were assaulting me, isn't that crazy? Anyway, are you still into me? Oh, and you're not going to press charges, right?" Izuku furrowed his brows. "Kaken?" he asked. "What nerd? Did you delete Kusai's contact from my phone?" Izuku was sure he got Kusai's number. Ochako had put it in his phone before the party. She even gave him a nickname. He wouldn't have deleted it, and the only other person who had his phone was. If his name was under "cute pole vault guy" with a shitty blue heart next to it, then yeah, Katsuki said, crossing his arms. Ochako stood back, thoroughly amused. "Okay," Izuku said slowly. "Why?" "All the pole vault guys are assholes. They try to kick me out of the track field," Katsuki said, skinning his teeth. "And they think they're so much better than me. Teach the bunch of scrawny losers." Izuku blinked while Ochako tried her best to hold back a few snickers. "Are you serious?" Izuku asked. "What does that have to do with me?" Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Like I said, they're all assholes. Plus I was saving you from going out with a boring loser with bug eyes." Katsuki scoffed. "I'd be embarrassed to be seen with a guy like that." "Sounds like you're jealous, Bakugo." Ochako laughed. "I've got nothing to be jealous of. I don't care who the nerd sleeps with. Until it comes to Kusai." Ochako teased. "You're jealous. You're jealous," she sang, dancing around. "Whatever. I'm outta here. I just came to check if he died from alcohol poisoning or not." Katsuki groaned. He opened the window again, letting the cool breeze in. "And I'm taking you on that date tomorrow, Deku." "Tomorrow is a school day," Izuku tried to say, but Katsuki already left. Ochako smiled, thrilled at the entire situation. "He really likes you," she said. Izuku sat back on his bed. "I don't know why so suddenly. This came out of nowhere. We've barely even spoken before all this. I have my doubts." "Oh, come on. Have some confidence. What would he gain by hurting you?" she asked, trying to reason with his logic. "What did he gain from hurting Momo?" Izuku asked, lips pressed into a straight line. It was a habit he picked up from his mother when he wanted to be serious. He was right. From what he heard, Katsuki took Momo's heart and broke it purposefully. It was as if he had fun messing with her head like that. But who knows, those could just be rumors. Hopefully. Ochako sighed, sitting down on the end of Izuku's bed. "I just want you to be happy. Bakugo has what you've been looking for." "And what's that?" he asked. "Excitement." Izuku always took a shower before school. It was the only way to tame his bedhead. He liked to take the mornings to think and plan out his day. His entire life was a foundation of schedules, and he never let anything interrupt them. These schedules weren't for himself. Honestly, he could care less if he ate lunch at the same time every day. He liked the feeling of not knowing what was going to happen next. It left him with a sort of exciting anticipation he loved. These schedules were for his mother. She never spoke about it, but her agoraphobia had gotten worse this past year. She never stepped foot past the front porch and tried to be sure Izuku did the same. When Izuku did leave, she liked to know everything. Her hatred for living in oblivion has manifested in anxiety. She planned everything obsessively, down to when Izuku would shower in the mornings. He sighed, drying his hair, hoping that it would cooperate today. He had gotten a hold of Kusai the night before. He apologized and he was surprisingly understanding. He even asked to see him again. Izuku was taken aback by the request. He had expected Kusai to stay miles away, run for the hills, but he didn't. He wanted to see him again. Izuku smiled at the thought. Someone liked him. When he bounced down his stairs, he hadn't expected to see Katsuki engaging in conversation with his mother. Actually, he should have expected this. Katsuki always found a way in his house. He might as well move in. "What are you doing here, Kaken?" Izuku asked, slightly worried at the sight. He was talking to his mother about God knows what. That couldn't be good at all. He remained on the stairs as the two conversed in the kitchen. "Oh, good morning, Izuku. Katsuki was just telling me about how track was going." His mother smiled. "He's going to take you to school too if that's all right." Izuku pet an eyebrow as Katsuki flashed him a suspicious smirk. Yeah, I guess. I asked him to drive you every day. It would be so much easier on my heart. Who knows what could happen to you on that long walk to school," she said before taking a sip of her coffee. She really needed to dial back on the caffeine, Izuku thought. She already shakes so much as it is. "Yeah," Katsuki said, "it'll be fun." Izuku blinked between the two of them, taking a few steps down the stairs. "Seriously? Kaken, you don't have to do that. Mom is just dash." "I want to," Katsuki interrupted. "Plus, you don't want your dear mother to get sick from worrying so much, do you?" Izuku furrowed his brows. "Whatever," he scoffed. "Bye, Mom." Izuku bounced down the rest of the stairs and right out the front door. Something about this made him unreasonably angry. "Izuku? What about breakfast?" his mom called. Izuku ignored her, closing the door behind him, trying his best not to slam it. "Bye, Auntie," Katsuki said and followed him out. Katsuki found Izuku waiting by his car, leaning up on the side. He seemed angry inside, but right now, he was blinking back tears. Katsuki scoffed, walking up to him with his hands buried in his leather jacket pockets. He towed with his car keys in his pocket. "Why are you crying?" he asked simply, more out of annoyance than the kindness of his heart. "I'm not," Izuku said, still blinking the tears away. Izuku was always a crybaby. At least that's what Katsuki called him. Izuku didn't think he cried that much. He never cried over physical pain. Surprisingly, as a kid, he had an unusually high pain tolerance. No, he cried over emotional pain. He stepped on a lizard's tail once at the park with Katsuki. He was 8 years old, so obviously this was devastating. Izuku cried for hours before he learned, from the genius little 8-year-old Katsuki was, that lizards' tails can grow back. Katsuki stood there. "You're a sheet liar, Deku." Izuku laughed, still tears in his eyes. "So I've been told." Katsuki unlocked his car with a huff. This time, to Izuku's surprise, he opened the passenger side door for him. He stood there waiting for Izuku to get inside, but he just stared at it. "What are you doing? Get in the DMN car." "No. Close the door," Izuku said, sterner than he meant. "What do you mean no? I opened the door for you. Get in," Katsuki said, bewildered. He pointed inside the car, unable to say anything else. "No. I want to open it myself." Katsuki looked at Izuku, more confused than he's ever been. "Are you effing kidding me?" Izuku shook his head, waiting for Katsuki to close the door. Something inside him told him to be extra stubborn today. Izuku didn't know what, but he was enjoying the look on Katsuki's face. Usually he would do everything in his power to keep Katsuki from getting angry with him, but this was sort of fun. Katsuki had more playful anger at this moment. He slammed the car door shut with a thud. "Be my guest," he said, walking over to his own side of the car. Izuku smiled and opened his own door, forgetting about whatever had him in tears just a moment before. He hopped into the car, still starstruck by the whole thing. Katsuki's music played once again. It was as if he couldn't live without it. Dine by AC/DC played on the stereo. Izuku smiled to himself. It was very fitting for Katsuki. He was rather explosive. "I'm not taking you to school," Katsuki said, pulling out of Izuku's driveway. His finger drummed along with the song against his steering wheel. "What?" Izuku asked. "Then why am I here?" "We're going on that date." Izuku didn't know how to feel. Katsuki had been very persistent about this date even though Izuku had already agreed. It was as if he didn't want him to forget about it. But skipping school? To go out with Katsuki? He didn't know how to feel. He wanted to go but, "I can't just skip school," Izuku said matter-of-factly. Katsuki rolled his eyes, fingers still drumming along to the beat. "Yeah, well we're about to." "Well I can't. I have a bio test today." "No you don't." Izuku shook his head. "Of course I do. Deku, we're in the same class." Izuku let out a sigh. Maybe he really was a sheet liar. "Okay fine. I just don't want to get in trouble. Where are we even going?" Izuku spoke as if he already agreed to skip school. This was the influence of Katsuki Bakugo. He brought out the worst in him. "It's a surprise." "I hate surprises," Izuku said stubbornly. "No you don't." Izuku sighed. "No I don't." The car ride was short and sweet. When Katsuki turned into the road to make his way into the heart of the city, Izuku's eyes widened. He had never been into the city before. They lived just on the outskirts of town. Everything he needed was there. School, grocery stores, and his home. He had no reason to venture into the city. He was excited. He fidgeted in his seat as he watched the tall building pass him by. Neon street signs lit up the windows of shops and seas of people went about their daily lives. "Kaken! Look!" Izuku yelled excitedly. His hands pressed against the glass of the window. "A real karaoke bar." "They're real." Katsuki scoffed out a laugh. "Of course they're real. What? You've never been in the city before?" "No." Katsuki spared him a glance before turning his eyes back to the road. "Seriously? Your mom keeps you locked up that bad, huh?" Izuku sat back in his seat, admiring the tallest buildings. "She's just scared. It's not her fault." Katsuki hummed, not saying anything for a moment. He shouldn't press for answers but Izuku opened the conversation so he might as well. "But the hell does she have to be scared of?" Izuku sighed. "I don't know. She's got that phobia. She thinks if I go out any longer than I need to, the world will swallow me whole." Katsuki hummed once again, silently waiting for Izuku to continue. Out of curiosity. Not because he genuinely cared about the nerd's life or anything. "I do all the shopping for her. She works from home and everything. I offered to get a job to help her but she told me my only job was school. But I can tell she's stressed about everything." Izuku rambled. It felt good to get it off his chest. They say car rides are where your deepest secrets spill. Izuku thought that was silly but now he finds it easier to speak here. Katsuki pulled in front of a 24-hour diner a few moments ago. Izuku was still talking and Katsuki found himself listening attentively. She needs help but Izuku stopped himself. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize I was still talking. You don't want to hear about my problems." Katsuki nodded his head. "It's fine." Izuku jumped out of the car in awe. It was as if they drove straight into the 50s. Izuku recognized the style of the diner from the show his mother always had on. Before Katsuki could even lock the car, Izuku ran inside. "Whoa," he said, not caring who stared at him. The inside of the diner was exactly what he expected. The checkerboard floors were so shiny he could see his own reflection in them. The sleek red booths aligned by the windows sat adjacent to the bar with matching red stools. Bright while overhead lights lit up the place. A jukebox sat in the back of the place. A neon sign that read, "Diner." Breakfast, lunch and dinner illuminated the wall. The door jingled as Katsuki walked in. "Cool, right?" Izuku took a seat by the window booths. Kaken, this is awesome. Katsuki sat down in front of him. Yeah, I knew you'd like it. You always had an affinity for retro things. Izuku blushed, surprised Katsuki remembered such a small fact. Why? How do you remember? Katsuki scoffed, picking up the laminated menu left at the table. I had to think about it before I could remember. I wasn't about to take you on a date to someplace you hate. Izuku wanted to ask why Katsuki wanted this date in the first place, but one of the waitresses interrupted. Hello guys. I'm Ayaka and I'll be serving you today. What can I get ya? The waitress smiled. Katsuki tossed his menu back down on the table. 1 vanilla milkshake for the both of us. So bring back 2 straws. No toppings. No sprinkles and add extra whipped cream. And for me just plain bacon and eggs. Izuku, too shocked to order anything more, stared at Katsuki, face bright red. And what about you, sir? Ayaka asked. Oh, am I just, he stuttered. Katsuki rolled his eyes. He'll have pancakes with strawberry syrup. Don't bring out that maple sheet. The waitress nodded and walked off with their orders. Thank you. Izuku smiled, still flushed red. Katsuki waved him off. Yeah. You always made my mom get you strawberry syrup for when you stayed over. I didn't forget. She still buys that sheet to this day. Izuku laughed. It's the best kind. And you remembered my favorite ice cream flavor? Katsuki pet a brow. Vanilla is your favorite? Izuku smiled. Yeah. And with no toppings because it ruins the flavor. Me too. Katsuki said. Izuku looked back at him. He shouldn't be shocked that they had something in common. They grew up together after all. Yeah. Yet this fact still shocked him. When Ayaka came back with their plates, Izuku noticed the top buttons of her uniform unbuttoned. Worried for her modesty, knowing how perverted straight men could be, he opened his mouth to warn her. But then she ghosted a flirty hand on Katsuki's shoulder, asking him if he wanted anything else. Her voice, sweet as honey and eyes never leaving his. Izuku pouted. Oh, she had done it on purpose. Katsuki shook her off. No. He sort of felt sorry for her. She was a pretty girl. Her light blue hair was pulled back into a long ponytail. Her matching blue eyes were almost as captivating as Katsuki's crimson ones. She was pretty. She didn't need to exploit herself to get attention. Izuku found himself almost jealous. If this wasn't a date, would Katsuki have returned her advances? Are you sure? Napkins or anything? She asked. Katsuki scoffed. I said no. Now you're interrupting my date. Embarrassed, the girl turned red. Oh, I'm sorry, and she scampered off. Izuku rolled his eyes, drowning his pancakes in strawberry syrup. You didn't have to be mean. She was nice, he kept pouring as Katsuki cringed. Any more syrup and Izuku would have enough cavities for the both of them. I'm tired of people throwing themselves at me. It's annoying and they all expect me to want them back. Katsuki scoffed. That just makes me not want them at all. Izuku nodded along as he stuffed his mouth full of pancakes. These are so good. Katsuki laughed. Better than my mom's? Izuku shook his head. Definitely not. Ayaka came back with their vanilla milkshake, setting it down along with 2 straws without a word. Thank you. Izuku smiled as she left silently, probably too embarrassed to say anything to them. Izuku picked up the straw. It was one of those curly straws that looped around itself. It was red, matching the theme of the diner. He slipped it inside the milkshake along with Katsuki's and started slurping away. This is good too. Katsuki scoffed, taking a bite of his eggs. This place isn't all that. The atmosphere makes the food taste better. Izuku nodded in agreement. He looked up to see Katsuki watching him. His red eyes matched the diner. He looked like he belonged in a scene from a movie. Everything about him matched the aesthetic of the diner. Izuku blushed, looking away. Why are you looking at me? He asked. I can't look at my date? Katsuki laughed. You keep saying that, but I'm not sure if you really wanted this date at all. Izuku pouted. Why are we here, Kaken? What do you mean? Izuku put his fork down. You come up to me all of a sudden saying you want to go out. Sorry if it's hard for me to believe if you're sincere about this. We weren't exactly friends before this and I thought you hated me. Izuku said with a sigh. It was true. They fell apart and Izuku thought they would never be able to laugh together like this again. So what made you come through my window that day? Katsuki didn't say anything as he took a sip of their shared milkshake. What was he supposed to say? It was a bet at first, but now I want to flip your life upside down for my own fun? Katsuki tried to think. He wasn't sure if he was having fun hanging out with Deku himself, or if the fun came from ruining the loser's quiet life. I didn't hate you, Katsuki finally said. I was just an a-hole kid. Izuku hummed. An a-hole kid who pushed me down the stairs for pronouncing caramel and caramel. Katsuki laughed, throwing his head back and squeezing his crimson eyes shut. Who the f says caramel? He asked. That push was deserved. Izuku smiled. You're right. But that's how my mom said it. Katsuki scoffed, taking another slurp from the milkshake. She's FNG crazy. Only psychopaths say caramel. There was a beat of silence before Katsuki spoke again. You're not as lame as I thought you were. Wow, thanks, that means a lot. Izuku deadpanned. Katsuki laughed once again. Izuku could never get tired of hearing it and the fact he was the cause of that laughter pulled at his heartstrings. I'm serious. But don't make me say it again. That sappy shit is gross. It's not being sappy, it's being a nice person. Same thing. They ate in comfortable silence for the rest of their meal. Izuku stole glances at Katsuki, and Katsuki did the same. He felt better about the date, finally convinced Katsuki had actually taken interest in him. He wondered what it was about him that drew him in so suddenly. In Izuku's eyes, he hadn't changed since middle school. When they were done with their meals, Katsuki patted down his pockets for his wallet. He furrowed his brows as he felt nothing in jeans. He checked his jacket pockets. Nothing. What is it? Izuku asked, finishing the last of their milkshake. You didn't happen to bring any money with you, did you? Katsuki asked. Izuku looked at him. No? I thought I was going to school. I don't even have my wallet with me. Me either, Katsuki said. What? Quiet down. Katsuki hissed. Listen, when I give you the signal, we're going to run out of here. Katsuki turned his head to look at Ayaka. She was the only one out on the floor, so this should be easy. Izuku was internally panicking. They were going to dine and dash? People actually did that? Katsuki did that? Oh god, they were going to get caught for sure. Go! Katsuki said while Ayaka's back was turned. In a panic, Izuku hopped out of the booth and ran out the door. Practically tripping over his own feet, he barely made it out in one piece. Katsuki followed close behind, already unlocking his car. Go! Go! Go, she's looking! Katsuki yelled, throwing open the car door. Izuku didn't even have time to close the door before Katsuki was already driving off. The door slammed shut and they were off. Izuku leaned back in his seat with a relieved huff. Holy whoa, that was the most stressful thing I've ever had to do. He laughed. Katsuki turned the stereo up. You had fun though. Ignoring Katsuki's, very true, accusation, he asked, do you always do that? Nope, he said, popping the pea, that was the first time. You're insane. You still like me though. Izuku shook his head. I don't. Katsuki playfully pet an eyebrow. Is that so? He smirked. Why? I only went on this date because I didn't want you to get all depressed after I rejected you. Izuku jokes. Because I know how much you like me. A pity date, huh? Katsuki laughed. He pulled the car over, stopping on the side of the road. Is that what this was? He leaned over, face coming too close to Izuku's. Izuku's face burned hot for what seemed like the 100th time today. He was breathing in Katsuki's breaths and Katsuki the same. Why he stuttered once again, feeling small in their sudden proximity. I don't see what the big deal is. You're overhyped if you ask me. Izuku wasn't sure where this sudden confidence came from, if you could even call it that. But it all melted away once Katsuki fingers found their way to Izuku's chin. His touch burned against his freckled skin. He was so close. His eyes darted between Katsuki's mouth then back to his eyes who were staring at him intensely. You're pretty up close, Katsuki said just above a whisper. The light pink of his lips was evident in their proximity, and Katsuki could probably count every freckle on Izuku's face. What? Katsuki pulled away, hands back on the steering wheel, touch no longer burning Izuku's skin. You seemed pretty into that, he snickered. You sure you don't like me? Kaken! Izuku yelled, embarrassed. I was just joking. Katsuki just laughed. Shut up, I have somewhere else I want to take you. Katsuki drove back into the city, and Izuku was just as starstruck as the first time. He never thought about the future, much to his mother's dismay. He liked to live in the moment. But now, Izuku made up his mind. He wanted to move into the city. He would get a small, cramped apartment. He'd wake up every day to the sounds of honking cars and loud neighbors. His plants would sit on the windowsill, spectating over the huge city. He'd adore the rainy days, sewer drains catching all the water. He'd appreciate the sunny days, rays of light illuminating his small apartment. He could probably open a flower shop around here too. What are you thinking about? Katsuki asked. What? You have that look on your face, Katsuki explained. The one you get when you're lost in thought. I just love the city. Izuku smiled. I like the crowds of people and... You hate crowds. Katsuki interrupted. I know that. I like watching them. Watching from afar is my thing. Izuku corrected. Katsuki laughed. Yeah, because you're a stalker. I am not. Izuku playfully smacked his arm. Back to what I was saying. I want to move out here. After high school. Katsuki gave him a look. You don't want to leave Mizudafu? No. I like it here. And I can't leave my mom alone. She doesn't get out much. I'm all she has. Izuku said sadly. Katsuki essayed his teeth. Is she the only thing keeping you here? If she wasn't the way she was, would you leave this shithole? Izuku pondered the thought. The world outside Mizudafu seemed unattainable. The thought of leaving has never crossed his mind. He was born here, and for some reason, he was convinced he would die here. Maybe, he finally said. But I don't know where I would go. Well, I want to leave Japan. Maybe travel a bit, Katsuki said. I don't know. I hate thinking about the future. It stresses me out. Izuku smiled. Is that an invitation? Katsuki laughed. You wish. You wouldn't last a day on the road with me. You hate road trips. The most Katsuki spoke, the more Izuku realized just how well he knew him. He remembered the little things. Izuku faked offense. I love road trips. The long boring car rides are the best part. Especially feeling suffocated and having to hold your PSS for hours. Izuku joked. So fun. Shut up, Deku. Katsuki laughed. Maybe since you love them so much, I'll take you on one. Izuku didn't hate the sound of that. As much as he disliked road trips, thinking the whole "it's not about the destinations, it's about the trip" thing is bullshit, he didn't mind the idea of going with Katsuki. We're here, Katsuki announced. The karaoke bar. Wait, but I thought you didn't have your wallet with you. Izuku said, confused. Katsuki smiled. I lied. At first, Izuku was nervous that they wouldn't be let inside. It was a bar after all, and unfortunately, Katsuki and Izuku were too young to drink. But apparently, they didn't ID at this place, and Katsuki knew the owner, so he got a double pass. Izuku followed Katsuki into one of the karaoke rooms. It wasn't too expensive. Izuku half expected everything in the city to be overpriced, but this was reasonable. They had 2 hours of karaoke and he was excited. Forgetting it was Monday morning and he was supposed to be at school, he let himself enjoy his time with Katsuki. At first, they were messing around, singing silly Disney songs. Izuku's rendition of Under the Sea from The Little Mermaid was phenomenal, by the way. So good that Katsuki stopped him early so he didn't have to hear it anymore. Izuku laughed as Katsuki sung along to I'm Too CC by Right Said Fred, red in the face from laughing so hard. Katsuki sounded drunk as he sang along to the English words, not a drop of alcohol in his system. All right, Deku, stop laughing. Now your turn. And be serious, I know you can actually sing. Katsuki said, handing him the mic. Izuku took the mic from Katsuki's hands. I don't know what makes you think I'm a good singer, Katsuki rolled his eyes. Oh please. When I sit out on my roof, I can hear you in your room. Izuku blushed. He never noticed Katsuki on his roof before. And the fact he fowls hear him from outside was more embarrassing. Knowing he wasn't getting out of this, he picked a song. It was his mother's favorite. He sang it to her when she was feeling extra anxious. He hasn't had to sing for her in a while. The last time he sang, he found her outside trying to get the mail. In a panic, she couldn't get back inside by herself. When Izuku got her inside, she cried in his arms as he sang. She hasn't tried to leave the house since. It hurt to think about, but the song had sentimental value to him. It was the only song he could sing perfectly. Your Heart is Marine Blue, Bias, Kyotaka and Omega Tribe played as Izuku waited for his cue. Katsuki sat back on the sofa, eyes locked on Izuku. The neon lights of the room were the only thing lighting up the place. Izuku's green hair looked blue under the lights as he sang. Katsuki had heard him plenty of times before, but he never sang seriously alone in his room. Even while messing around, Izuku had a great voice. Even Katsuki would admit it. It was undeniable that Izuku had a hidden talent. Katsuki had never heard this song before, but Izuku seemed to really enjoy it. There was a sort of sadness in his voice as he sang. It sent a shiver down his spine. I want to hold you again. I'll crumble away from one more hug. That's right. Solitude upon my shoulders. I want to hold you again. When Izuku was done, Katsuki had to take a moment to pull himself together. Why did you choose such a heartbreaking song? He asked. Izuku smiled sheepishly. It was the only song I knew all the words by heart. Geez, you almost made me cry, Katsuki laughed. Ah, the Katsuki Bakugo has feelings. Katsuki stopped, staring at Izuku with wide eyes. What the hell did you just call me? Your name? Katsuki shook his head. Don't ever say that again. I thought I was in limbo for a second. He said seriously. Sounds weird coming from your mouth. Izuku just laughed. Felt weird saying it. Katsuki leaned back in his seat. How about you sing another song for me? He asked. A happy one this time. I don't want to cry today. Izuku smiled and happily complied. Izuku walked through his front door with a smile on his face. Of course, his mother was always waiting for him. She wouldn't sit until he walked through that door. Her obsessive worrying would make her old and gray, Izuku thought. Hi Mom, sit down. I'll make us dinner today, he said, shrugging off his jacket and skipping to the kitchen. After his date with Katsuki, he was left in a good mood. He found himself hoping for a next time. Or more so, planning it in his head already. He wasn't sure if Katsuki had enjoyed it as much as he did, but he hoped that was the case. It had been so long since he felt comfortable around the boy. It was just like old times. Katsuki dragging him into trouble, and Izuku happy to be there. They wandered the streets of Mizudafu until it was time to go home. Izuku loved the chaotic charm of the big city. His mother didn't sit, she nervously played with the hem of her sweater. How was school? She asked, tone more filled with curiosity than worry. Izuku opened the fridge, looking for something to cook. He wasn't the best chef. He could make basic meals he knew his mother appreciated. But he felt like doing something extra for her today. But of course, Izuku had forgotten to go shopping this week. He hissed at the empty fridge. It was fine, he said mindlessly. Are you sure? She asked. Izuku closed the fridge. It's the same every day. He turned to face her. Now, do you need anything from the store? I need to go pick up some quick groceries. Inko finally sat down. She gave him those sad eyes she always did when Izuku did something wrong. I can't believe you would lie to me, Izuku. You're better than this. Izuku looked away. What do you mean? Where were you today? She pulled out her phone, sad eyes locked on the screen. I know you weren't at school. Your phone location said you were in the dash. Wait, what? Izuku said, taken aback. It took him a moment to process her words. You have a tracker in my phone? How else will I know where you are? You never send texts like we agreed. She said calmly. Izuku tried his best to keep calm. His mother always told him anger did nothing but make the situation worse. He thought that was partially true. But sometimes anger gave you the push you need to say some things that need to be said. Mom, you can't do that. I am your mother, I think I have a right to know where you are. That's insane. I'm 18. Izuku shouted. A legal adult. I can leave if I wanted to. You aren't responsible for me anymore. He didn't mean to shout. He hated the look on his mother's face when he did. She was just so sad. How can you say something like that to me? She asked quietly. Izuku sighed. Mom, you want to leave? Like your father? You want to leave me alone too? She pressed her lips in a thin line. Izuku took a step back to breathe. Why do you always bring him up? You need to forget about him. He ruined your life. You can't even go outside because of him. Inko shook her head in denial. No, he'll come back. I can't just . Izuku pointed at the wedding band she still wore after all these years. His father disappeared years ago, no sign he was ever here except his mother crying as she held onto his ring and the numerous family pictures on the walls. They were still up to this day, hanging sadly on the bare pale walls knowingly. Izuku couldn't stand to look at them. He's not coming back and you know it. Inko brought him up, reopening old wounds constantly. Every time Izuku mentioned the thought of the future, him moving out, getting a license, growing up, she would say his name. You want to leave me just like him? She would say. You're acting just like your father. He loves us. He wouldn't leave like that. She said, you don't know anything about . I know he was never here. Izuku yelled. This time, he didn't feel bad. Even when he kept on that stupid ring. He was always at the bar in the city, drunk off his butt. Inko stood quietly. Stop it, Izuku. He didn't care about me. Or this house. Izuku couldn't stop himself. Inko shook her head once again. He did, Izuku. He did. He did. He did. She repeated. Then why isn't he here? You hate everything that reminds you of him. The city, the outside world. Hell, you won't even eat his favorite food, but you still keep these FING pictures up. Izuku yelled and cursed, unable to stop himself. He ripped the framed photo off the wall. Every day it stared at him and he stared back. Anger did nothing but make the situation worse. Inko stood quietly as Izuku continued. If he loves us like you say he does, then where is he? Because I don't see him. I haven't seen him for 13 years, Mom. I was 5. And confused as to why you refused to get out of bed in the mornings. I would make you breakfast the best I could, every day. Izuku cried. I couldn't even reach the counter. Stop it, Izuku. This isn't like you. Inko took the photo from his hands, hanging it back on the wall. Tears ran down both their cheeks as they calmed down. What happened to my sweet boy? Izuku sighed. He wanted to rip his hair out. I just want to have a life, Mom. He took my childhood and my mom. I just want my life. Inko cried, pulling Izuku into a hug. I'm so sorry you had to grow up so quickly. I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm so sorry. Izuku pulled away from her. It's fine. It's just another hurdle I had to jump, right? In the end, it made me stronger, didn't it? Izuku I'm going to my room. I'm sorry for skipping school, it won't happen again. Izuku slowly walked up the stairs, exhausted. He'd have to apologize to his mother tomorrow morning. But right now, he needed to get away from it all. Just as Inko wasn't one for confrontation, neither was Izuku. He liked to ignore his problems until they fizzled out, or until someone else brought it up. He would never open to conversation. Izuku sat on the roof outside his window. The sun was setting, shining against his face just right. He stared at Katsuki's closed window, no sign of life inside. He assumed Katsuki was busy, he always was. With track, school, and extra practice, Katsuki always had something to do. He was always out of the house. Izuku sighed, envious of Katsuki's freedom. His mother was a good woman. She cared for him, maybe a little too much for her own good, fed him, and kept him happy. He felt guilty for wanting more from his life. She tried so hard to give him the world, unknowingly hiding him from it. She tried far too hard to keep him happy, unknowingly doing the opposite. Izuku sat back, laying down on his roof. Looking up at the cotton candy-painted sky, he smiled. Nature always drew him in, no matter what it was. Flowers, plants, mountains, bodies of water, the shades of the sky. He loved it all. You're not smoking up there, are you? Auntie would end your life. Izuku laughed softly, sitting up from the roof. Of course not, Kaken. Katsuki Bakugo always found a way into Izuku's heart, whether he meant to or not. Recently, it seemed like Katsuki was everywhere he looked. Good, so what are you doing on the roof? Katsuki asked from down on the lawn. He looked like he just got back from a run, sweat dripping down his body, and breath escaping his lungs. Izuku took a deep breath. I just like it up here. It's nice. Katsuki scoffed. Nice? The only view you get is my bedroom window. Deku was a strange one, Katsuki thought. He had so many secrets, yet he was completely transparent. His facial expressions could tell a whole story while his mouth remained shut. So expressive, so emotional, yet he still hides a part himself. He clicked his tongue, more frustrated with the other boy than he should be. Why wear half a mask? Why could he just embrace every part of himself? Izuku smiled. No. I can see the sky up here. Katsuki looked up. The sun had gone down, painting the sky purple and blue. It was something he didn't think about. The sky was nothing but a silent spectator. What's so great about the sky? It's always there. It'll never leave. Izuku smiled sadly. Katsuki furrowed his brows and scrunched his nose. I don't get it. You don't have to. Katsuki shook his head. You're so weird. What's got you all depressed? Wanna come up with me? Izuku asked. What? To hang out? We can watch movies or something. Izuku nodded toward his room. Katsuki stood silent for a moment. The wind blew in Izuku's hair as he looked up at him. There was a look in his eye that ignited something in the blonde. So curious, so hurt, and so lonely. Can I use your shower? Katsuki asked. Izuku nodded, and almost immediately, Katsuki climbed up. The relationship Izuku and Katsuki had as children never faded. It didn't disappear or break or become tainted. It just laid dormant in the two, waiting for the day they would come back, cradle it in their hands and build it back up again. It was as if they never stopped talking to one another. The comfort they found in each other was the same as all those years ago. To Izuku, Katsuki felt like home. To Katsuki, Izuku felt like a distant old memory. One he couldn't quite remember but knew he recognized. One he didn't want to find joy in. One he only used to make new ones. Disposable. Replaceable. Forgotten. A memory he found more of a nuisance than a treasure. When Katsuki got out of the shower wearing Izuku-borrowed clothes, Izuku had already set up the movie. He had an older TV, one he's had since childhood. He couldn't bring himself to get a new one or get rid of the old DVD player along with it. 3 candles flickered on Izuku's desk, the only thing lighting up the dark plant-filled room. Katsuki wore Izuku's favorite CRP top and a pair of his own sweats he brought from his house. His old clothes laid in Izuku's laundry basket, forgotten. He climbed onto the edge of the bed, movements hesitant. He looked to Izuku, silently asking if it was okay to get close. Izuku just smiled, making room for Katsuki on the bed. The TV sat on the floor by the foot of the bed, so Katsuki and Izuku laid on their stomachs, side by side. Their shoulders brushed as Izuku pressed play on the movie. What are we watching? Katsuki asked, getting comfortable. The Conjuring. Izuku smiled. Katsuki's eyes widened for a moment before he regained his composure. Why the hell do you own a movie like that? Izuku pointed to his shelf where his collection of DVDs Saturday. All the movies I have are horror. Are you effing insane? Izuku laughed. Quiet, my mom is downstairs. And horror is the best movie genre. No, it's not. Katsuki said, not quieting down. What? Are you scared? Izuku teased. Scared the ghosts and demons are going to get you through the screen, Izuku laughed, wiggling his fingers in an attempt to be spooky. Katsuki smacked Izuku's hand away. I'm not FNG scared. Press play, nerd. Izuku smiled and did as he was told. The The Conjuring was one of Izuku's favorite horror movies. It was equally as tragic as it was scary. He always found horror to be sad rather than horrifying. The families were cursed by the tormented spirits, pulled apart by some unknown force. It left him with an empty feeling. But of course, he enjoyed the scare factor too. Pure gore and slasher movies were also in his collection. He figured Katsuki would rather watch those, so of course, he chose the opposite. Their bodies kept close as they laid on Izuku's twin-sized mattress. Candles flickered, grabbing Katsuki's attention every few minutes. He seemed skittish, maybe he really was scared of horror movies. Izuku laughed to himself at Katsuki fidgeting. "What's so funny?" Katsuki asked, grabbing a pillow. "We haven't even got to the scary part and you're already scared." Izuku smiled, watching as Katsuki held his pillow close to his chest. Katsuki rolled his eyes. "I'm not fucking scared. I'm bored actually." Izuku pet a brow. "Bored?" "Yeah, your movie is boring, Deku." Just as he finished his sentence, the eerie music bounced loudly, scaring Katsuki out of the bed. A jump scare. Where was the warning? "You really are scared?" Izuku laughed. "Are you okay?" he asked, peering over the edge of the bed. Katsuki shook his head, getting back on the bed. "I'm fucking fine. And I'm not scared. I just don't F with ghosts and shit." "Do you F with ghosts, Deku?" Izuku smiled and shook his head. "No, I can't say I do." Katsuki turned back to the movie. "Exactly. If I can't punch it, I don't F with it." Izuku laughed once again, eyes squeezing shut and cheeks hurting from smiling so much. "Is that your life motto?" "Yup." This time, Katsuki was closer. Their shoulders pressed together, legs touching and breaths so close. Izuku could hear every hitch in Katsuki's breathing. He could almost feel it. With every jump scare, Katsuki got closer. Izuku wondered if he was doing it on purpose. He blushed at the realization. Katsuki felt safe with him. Izuku always teared up at the end of the movie. During the exorcism, when the mother finally becomes herself again, Izuku could never contain his tears. Knowing their family would never be the same, but happy together nonetheless. "Why the hell are you crying?" "That was horrifying," Katsuki yelled. She tried to stab the brat with a pair of scissors. "And her teeth." "Ugh." Katsuki gagged. "That hag was ugly as F-." "It was so sad," Izuku cried. She was probably scared of her mom for the rest of her life. "It was based on a true story?" Katsuki held the pillow tighter. Izuku wipes his tears. "Loosely." Izuku got up to take a look at his shelf. He had classic horror, 90s horror, horror comedy, slashers. Everything really. He was a bit of a horror nerd. And by a bit, I mean a big one. "How about another one? I have the second movie." "There's another one?" Katsuki asked. "There's 2 more actually. And we're going to watch them all." Izuku smiled mischievously. "I can blow out the candles and we can watch them in the dark." "You're actually insane," Katsuki said seriously. "You still like me though." Izuku teased, quoting Katsuki from hours earlier. Katsuki was silent for a moment, so silent Izuku wasn't sure if he heard him or not. The room was silent for a moment too long. Embarrassed, Izuku was about to take it back but Katsuki spoke up. "I don't," Katsuki said playfully, just as Izuku had. He walked over to Izuku who was still by his shelf. Izuku smiled. "Is that so?" He pet a brow, turning to him. "Yeah." Katsuki got closer. "I only came inside because I knew you'd be all depressed if I didn't." Izuku blushed, trying to remember his next line. Backed against the wall, it was proving to be very difficult while Katsuki's hands found their way to his face once again. His touch was just as hot as before, burning his skin. His lips were closer, ghosting over his own. Katsuki stared at him, waiting for him to say something. Anything. Instead, Izuku just stared up at him, lips parted, waiting. And who was Katsuki to leave someone waiting for him? So he closed the distance between them, lips smashing together with more harshness than not. Katsuki inhaled Izuku as if it was the last breath he'd ever take, savoring the taste of his lips. Izuku kissed him back, leaning into the touch. Katsuki had him against the wall, hands on his chin, deepening the kiss. His movements were swift as if he'd done it so many times before. With other people. Kaken Izuku whispered. Don't talk, he replied, lips trailing down to his neck. Katsuki wasn't kissing him because he wanted to. Izuku knew that to be a fact. He felt the kiss of a lover in his experimentation phase. The kiss of someone who cared for him. This was not it. Katsuki was kissing him to take him home. The kiss had no passion, no spark, no feeling. It was just that. A kiss. Kaken, stop. Katsuki pulled away completely, taking a few steps back. Izuku sort of missed the touch. What's wrong? He asked. You don't like me, Izuku stated. What? Of course I dash. No, you don't. You don't like me. Why did you ask me on that date? Izuku asked, pushing off the wall. He didn't give Katsuki any time to answer. Was it just for this? To take me home and lay me down to F me like you do with everyone else? Deku. Get out, Kaken. You made me think you actually liked me. He laughed bitterly. If this is what you wanted from the start, you should have just said that instead of leading me on. Katsuki looked back confused. Everything was fine and now it was falling apart before he could catch up. He knew Deku didn't sleep around. He knew Deku loved too much for his own good. That he fell for people quickly. He wasn't the type of person to agree to no strings attached. He had so much love to give, but that's what made this fun. Knowing Deku was the way he was, Katsuki accepted the bet. Messing with people is what he did. It was what he knew. Something told him it would be alright. That he would be the exception to Deku's feelings and nobody would get hurt. It fell apart too fast. He was supposed to have more fun. Wait, listen, Katsuki said. After their date today, Katsuki had forgotten about the bet entirely. It completely slipped his mind, replaced by his new goal. Change Izuku Midoriya's life as much as possible. For better or for worse. He just wanted to flip his life upside down. For his own selfish fun. Time passed differently when he was with Izuku. He couldn't tell if he was having fun fang with the boy's head, or if Izuku was actually good company. What is it? Izuku snapped. Katsuki didn't expect Izuku to listen to him. Now that he had his attention, didn't know what to say. Katsuki Bakugo didn't do dates. He didn't do relationships, or love, or any of that sappy shit. So how does he save a fake relationship before it even starts? And why did he want to save it even after he forgot about the bet? Be patent with me, Katsuki said. I've never been in a relationship before. And hell, that was the first date I've ever been on. What are you talking about? I see you with girls all the time. And you even dated Momo from the student council. Izuku said. Why lie about that? I only went out with Yaoyorozu because of her family. She wasn't out to them yet, I was helping her. If she had a boyfriend they would stop questioning why that girl always came over. Katsuki said, more offended than he should be. He knew the rumors about him, but he didn't think Izuku was one to believe them. That wasn't real. Izuku furrowed his brows. What about Dash? I didn't date any of them. Nobody actually wants to date me, Deku. They just want F and leave. That's all I've ever done. Katsuki interrupted. There was truth to Katsuki's words. Nobody had ever wanted anything more with him and he didn't push it. Once again, he didn't do relationships. It was something so foreign to him. Seemingly unattainable. With the way he was and his schedule, he didn't have time. He didn't feel the need for one. After all he needed was himself and the track field. But the reason he told Izuku all this was the lie. He didn't like him. Not really. He was just using him. It's what he did. It's what he knew how to do. Izuku let out a shaky breath. Do you really like me, Kaken? Katsuki hesitated. Yes. That was the easiest lie he'd ever told. Katsuki's lunch table was fuller than usual. He sat between Edru and Denki. This was probably the worst place to sit because the two boneheads always had a bet to see who could get sick fastest after chugging thousands of milk cartons. He was stuck between the two because Hanta insisted on sitting next to Ashido so she could paint his nails. Momo and Kyoka joined them today. Having spent so much time with Momo during their fake dating phase, Katsuki would actually consider her and her girlfriend his friends. Not that he would ever tell them that. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Denki chugged down carton after carton of milk as Edgar watched. He was getting sick just watching them. Can you two stop FNG acting like that? I'm trying to eat for FS sake. Katsuki said, snatching the milk from Denki's hands. He pouted. You're meaner than usual. What stuck up your butt today? Katsuki rolled his eyes. Nothing you dash. I bet his date with Midoriya went terrible. You're mad because the guy doesn't chase after you like everyone else does, am I right? Kyoka teased. Has the Katsuki Bakugo finally found someone not interested? Katsuki was getting tired of her sarcasm. She was almost as bad as he was. As much as they butt heads, Katsuki would be disappointed if she stopped running her annoying mouth. It was entertaining, alright? And he had to admit, when she made fun of Sparky it was pretty funny. No. And it went fine. You two better have my money ready. Katsuki said, pointing at Hanta and Denki. Are you sure? Hanta snickered. Because he's with some random guy right now. Katsuki turned around faster than he'd like to admit. Who the F else could have taken interest in bug eyes? He hissed. Is that the guy you beat up at the party? Yeah. Turns out I got the wrong idea. He wasn't trying to f the nerd. You beat him up because he was trying to sleep with Midoriya? Kyoka asked. Wow, I thought you weren't the type to get attached? And to your childhood friend of all people dash. No, you dimwit. It wasn't like that. It looked like he was forcing him to do sheet. I wasn't going to just stand there. Katsuki snapped. But he's a genuinely good guy apparently. But I'm not buying it. So, is that why you want to look like you want to punch his face in again? She asked. Can you get off my back? Pay attention to your girlfriend or something. Katsuki waved her away. Never mind that. Looks like I'm keeping my money. Denki smiled. Look at them. They have to be dating. He's all up on the guy. Hanta tisked. Dumped by aversion. That sad man. Ashido rolled her eyes. Don't move, Hant. You'll F up your nail. And plus, the concept of virginity is dumb anyway. It doesn't tell you anything about a person. Neither does having section. One of the extras at the end of the table decided now would be a good time to invite himself into the conversation. Why don't you try it once then? He asked, looking at Ashido. I can help. Who the F are you? Katsuki asked, disgusted. Hanta turned his head to Ashido, who was absolutely fuming. Listen, dude, she's not into you so just dash. Denki couldn't even finish his sentence before Ashido spoke up. Do you know what asexuality is? She asked. It means I don't want you or your 2-inch thumb of a pee-pee anywhere near me. I am astounded that you think someone of your small stature and half-wit brain capacity would even think I would want you. The table erupted in laughter as Ashido continued. One look at her and her bubbly personality and you'd never think she was capable of absolutely ending someone like this. A lot of people learn the hard way. Oh, but I bet you've never heard the word no before, huh? The guy, embarrassed, looked away. Whatever, you're ugly anyways. Ashido smiled. Anyways, where were we? She asked as if she didn't just obliterate that guy's self-confidence. Both Katsuki and Ashido alike had a hatred for guys like that. He hurt them with his fists while she tore them apart with words. When they wanted to be, they were a great team. Katsuki got dumped. Hanta reminded. I didn't get dumped. I just F'd up a little. Katsuki said defensively. He's with a completely different dude right now. Looks like you got dumped, man. Denki said, putting a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. It's okay, man. Not everyone can become $200 richer. Don't give me a comforting hand. Katsuki said, shaking Denki away. I didn't lose yet. I can fix this. You seem really invested in this fake relationship you made, Kat, Momo said. $200 is $200. You and your rich family wouldn't understand. Katsuki said, and I never lose. Of course, I'll take this seriously. Are you sure it's not because you like Dash? Don't. Momo put her hands up in defense. All right. Just remember who the emotionally competent one is here. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Oh, pieces of... I literally helped you get into that relationship. Kyoka rolled her eyes this time. You shoved us in a room together and said, and I quote, "You dumb lesbians, just kiss already. I'm tired of watching you dance around each other like cur birds." And then left. And locked the door. Yes, so. It worked. Look at you too. Katsuki felt guilty about last night. He wouldn't have told his table of friends. He wasn't stupid. He knew they would draw their own conclusions and he really didn't want to hear it. He couldn't understand why he lied to him. He could have ended it, leave right through that window, and tell his friends their bet was dumb. He'd lose $200, but at least he would have this feeling. This suffocating feeling of guilt. He was actively hurting Izuku, and he couldn't do anything to stop himself. If he didn't lie, he'd lose a friend. He'd lose his fun. Reluctantly, Katsuki came to realize just how much he enjoyed talking to Izuku. He wasn't as bad as he thought. Perhaps he always felt that way, and rekindling their friendship just made him realize this again. Just one day spent together, and Izuku already left an impact on him, weaseling his way into Katsuki's mind and soul. The FNGBSRD. Katsuki jumped hurdle after hurdle, running and sweating and thinking about everything and nothing at the same time. In such a short amount of time, his opinion on Izuku had changed completely and their dynamic was in the works of becoming something more. Be it friends or something else, Katsuki wasn't sure. He couldn't understand how Deku of all people could make him stretch past his comfort zone with one smile. He planned a whole day together and then spent extra time with him after their date and Katsuki didn't think twice about it. Izuku was so different from before. He stood up for himself, found his self-worth, stood a little taller than he used to. He was more confident, but he was still Deku. He still had his nervous habits and tendency to ramble. He was still too nervous to order his own food and he still cried when he stepped on bugs. He was so different but somehow the same. Katsuki had done this to himself. He found himself wanting to start over. Talk to Izuku not to use him, but to build up a relationship. Kiss him just to kiss him, not take him home. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Katsuki's movement stuttered. Tripping over the hurdle on the track, he fell. For the first time in years, Katsuki tripped over himself. He laid on the track, not having the mental energy to get up. He looked up at the afternoon sky. It's always there. It'll never leave. He half expected Izuku to show up like he always did. The garden was fairly close to the track field after all. Izuku had been there for every major milestone in his life. He was always just around the corner, waiting for Katsuki to invite him in. Watching, waiting, smiling. It was creepy as hell but sort of comforting in a way. It's always there. It'll never leave. Katsuki peeled himself up from the gravel. Maybe if he stood here for a moment, Izuku would pop up like usual and pester him for not being more careful. Not that he ever did that. Izuku was never there to see Katsuki fall. Nobody was. He'd rather die than trip up in front of someone else. He just wanted to hear his annoying voice right now. Just to know if he was forgiven for it being a shitty friend? Whatever. He didn't need Deku, or his attention, or anyone. All he needed was to beat his record time, which was proving to be very difficult today. He was way off his game today and it was all his own, Deku's fault. Katsuki kicked over the fallen hurdle in frustration. He needed to clear his head. He could skip solo practice and go, "You're supposed to jump over those, aren't you?" Katsuki whipped his head around, mildly disappointed to see the voice did not belong to who he wanted to see right now. Fuff. Katsuki picked the hurdle back up, putting it in its rightful place. Moment. I come in peace. The extra held up that weird alien hand sign from Star Trek that Katsuki would never admit that he couldn't do. Not that he wanted to. He wasn't a nerd. Great, another loser. What do you want? I came to accept your apology, he said. The extra stood by the track awkwardly with a kind smile. The type of smile that made Katsuki want to roll his eyes and smack it off the loser's face. Katsuki suppressed an annoyed groan. What fucking apology? You know, for that night at the party? It's totally okay. I can see how you thought I was doing something weird to your friend. Katsuki stared at him for a moment too long. Oh, you're the bug-eyed creep. Kyoya? It's Kusai, actually. It's alright, Izuku told me you weren't the best with names. Kusai smiled sweetly. Katsuki stared at him blankly once again. Before he could stop the words from falling from his mouth, he said, "You call him Izuku." It was more of a statement, an observation rather than a question. Yet, the freak still answered it like one. Yeah. He asked me to. You know, since everyone calls me by my first name, he thought dash. I don't care. You asked like you cared. I didn't ask. Kusai just smiled in response. Katsuki stared back. The freak was a genuinely good guy, it set him off. But something about him put him off. It was probably his freakishly big eyes. I won't press charges, by the way. Izuku asked me not to. Kusai said. Do you have a fucking problem with me? Katsuki asked, stalking closer to the nerd. Pole vault boy? Kusai smiled, seemingly oblivious to Katsuki's anger. Oh, of course not. Any friend of Izuku's is a friend of mine. Katsuki stopped. He had to be doing that on purpose? Saying that FING word over and over. He wasn't going to take the FING bait. If this a-hole wanted to F with him, he could do it too. Right? Deku and I aren't friends. Katsuki stated, crossing his arms. He was messing with Kusai purely because of his competitive nature. Not because he was jealous or disliked the freak for no reason at all. Of course, he was just competitive. And the loser started it. Of course, he'd finish it. He wasn't at school yesterday because he was on a date with me. Izuku said dash. He had a great time. Then we went to his house and watched his favorite movie. Do you know what it is? Well, no dash. Right. Do you know what we did after that? In his room? Right up against the wall? Katsuki smirked, watching as the nerd blushed pink. With his freckles and pink cheeks, he reminded him of a certain someone. But he was nowhere near as pretty. Kaken, what the hell are you doing? Izuku asked, causing Katsuki to WHP his head around once again. Deku, Katsuki said, this motherfuck dash. Are you effing serious, Kaken? Izuku walked over to stand next to Kusai. It was such a small action, but Katsuki felt as if it was a punch to the gut. You're lying about me now? Wait, I wasn't going to say we had dash. But you were implying it. What? You were just going to let him come to his own conclusions. Izuku grabbed onto Kusai's arm, linking them together. Another punch to the gut. What else would he think if you put it like that? This was not supposed to happen. Katsuki was supposed to make Kusai back off, not because he was jealous. Of course not. But because Deku could do better. Who would want to date this loser when he could have someone like? Deku wasn't supposed to get mad at him. Look, Deku, I just dash. Izuku sighed. I'm tired, Kaken. It hasn't even been a week, but we're already going in circles. What? You either like me for me or you don't, Izuku said. What do you want from me? Really? Katsuki had another chance to back out. He could tell Deku no, tell off his stupid friends, and go back to his normal life without Deku. He could keep sleeping with whoever he wanted and not have to worry about feelings. He could run and jump with no distractions. He could continue ignoring the nerd's watching eyes. He could keep his distance. But he didn't want to. Katsuki didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. Did he really want to keep Deku around? Of course. Absolutely not. Yes, please. Izuku nodded his head at Katsuki's silence. Alright. Come on, Kusai, you can drive me home. Katsuki Bakugo had to be the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. He himself had even come to this conclusion. To let a misunderstanding get this far out of hand? He didn't even know what he wanted. How was he supposed to explain to Deku? He wanted a friend. But he didn't want Deku to go out with anyone else. They were just friends. But to Izuku they were more. Katsuki pulled at his hair. This was why he didn't do feelings. He couldn't put a name to any of them. He didn't know what he was supposed to feel or what he wasn't. He just simply didn't know. He sat at the dinner table with his parents. It was their idea, of course. Every day they would sit as a family and talk about their day. At least, that's what his mother wanted. What really happened was, Katsuki would sit down, Masaru would thank Mitsuki for the meal, and they would eat in silence. Nobody tried to make small talk, and nobody had anything to say. It was almost an unspoken rule that they should not speak at the diner table. Until now. You remember Deku? Katsuki asked, poking at his food. His parents, stunned at the break of month-long silence, looked surprised. Of course I do. The kid lives right next to us, his mother said. I'm still friends with his mother, Kat. Yeah, Katsuki said. He made no move to say anything else. He wasn't sure why he had mentioned Izuku at all. What about him? Masaru asked. You know, he's grown up quite a bit. Mitsuki nodded. His mother worries too much about that boy. He looks like he could take care of himself. Masaru nodded too. He has more muscle than me, he laughed before taking a sip of his drink. I took him on a date. Masaru choked. Mitsuki gave him a hard pat on the back before turning back to Katsuki. Who? Took sweet Izuku on a date? She asked, not believing him. Katsuki just wanted to fill the silence. He did not want to tell his parents about his date. But of course, things were not going Katsuki's way recently, and for some reason he had lost all free will and was doing and saying things without thinking. Katsuki Bakugo was probably the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. Yeah. But I effed it up. Language, Masaru said. The hell did you do, kid? Mitsuki asked. Masaru sighed. Language? I kissed him. Then tried to. Suddenly a stack of napkins smacked Katsuki in the face. You hag. What the hell? I thought I raised you better than that, Katsuki. You took that sweet boy on a date and tried to have issy with him? Mitsuki asked. On the first date? More napkins were thrown. I thought I raised you to be a respectful young man dash. Calm down, honey. Hear him out. Katsuki groaned. I know. Stop throwing napkins. Language. Jesus. I just need to know how to fix it. Masaru looked at Mitsuki, then back at Katsuki. You've never come to us about relationship stuff before. Yeah, well here I am. Now tell me how to fucking fix it. I feel like shit and I can't run when he's mad at me. Saying it out loud didn't help Katsuki understand why he was feeling this way. It should be obvious, but Katsuki Bakugo was bad at feelings. So much so that he couldn't identify them. You DMN brat. You have to apologize. Do something nice for the kid. He's a sweet boy dash. You've said that 1,000,000 times. More napkins. So I'm sure he'd forgive you. Mitsuki said. Even though you don't deserve it. Katsuki put his fork down. Alright. Jesus woman. No more throwing shit. Well, why are you still sitting there? Mitsuki asked. Go do it now. 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 Katsuki sighed. Alright. But I'm going to need those daffodils back. Katsuki climbed Izuku's roof with more determination than he'd ever had. With the yellow daffodils gripped between his teeth, he hopped up and knocked on the window a few times. He waited with anticipation, heart thumping in his chest. His heart was beating so quickly because he was crouching down on someone's shitty roof, not because he was nervous. He never got nervous. For anything. And especially not for Deku of all people. He spit the flowers out, deciding to hold them in his hand like a normal person. He knocked on the window again. It wasn't that late, the loser couldn't have been sleeping already. Unless he's a nerd that went to sleep at 6 p.m., but that seemed unlikely, no matter how much of a goody two-shoes Deku was. Finally, after what seemed like hours, Katsuki was just impatient as shit. Izuku swings open his curtains. His phone was pressed to his ear as he stared at Katsuki, who was trying his best to not fall off the roof. He was doing a phenomenal job. Katsuki held out the flowers for Izuku to see and then tapped on the glass once again. Katsuki watched as Izuku huff and use one hand to unlock and open his window. Katsuki jumped inside, careful not to make too much noise or knock over any of the thousands of plants Izuku had in his room. Deku! Izuku held out a shushing finger and then pointed at his phone. Katsuki looked astounded. What does that have to do with Dash? He said loudly before Izuku hushed him again. Sorry, Kusi, I was talking to K-Dash. Katsuki ripped Izuku's phone from his hands and hung up the phone with an aggressive tap. Tossing it on the bed, he looked back at Izuku, who looked anything but impressed. Kaken. That was rude. Izuku cried. Yeah, it's also rude to ignore people. I wasn't ignoring you. I let you in, didn't I? I could have just pushed you off the roof. Izuku argued. You wouldn't. Katsuki laughed. But I could have. Silence. Why are you here, Kaken? Izuku asked. His room was dark, the only light being the moon that forced its way through his window. Katsuki held out the daffodils. I want to start over. I fed up and dash. Saying, I fed up, isn't an apology. Izuku interrupted. You cursed at me again, Katsuki stated the obvious. Oh, I really fed up. Izuku blinked up at him. Katsuki, not knowing what else to do, offered the flowers to him once again. The room was silent. Too silent. Are these the flowers I sold to you? Izuku asked. Maybe. But it's also my apology. So that's sorry or whatever. I grew these flowers, Kaken. Izuku suppressed a laugh. Yeah, and I'm giving them back to you, Katsuki said, insisting that Izuku take the flowers again. Izuku stared at them. Yellow daffodils. New beginnings and rebirth. He sighed. Izuku took the flowers from Katsuki's hands, finger brushing together in the process. The gesture was nice. He wasn't sure if Katsuki knew the meaning behind the flowers, but he wanted to believe he did. You're terrible. Izuku cracked a smile. Katsuki sighed in relief. You still accepted them though. He smiled. Doesn't make you any less terrible. You almost choked on the word sorry. I meant it, Katsuki said, suddenly serious. Your stupid disappointed face had been haunting me all day. I can't run when you're mad at me. Really? Izuku asked, surprised that Katsuki was affected this much. It seems that even after their date, Izuku couldn't believe Katsuki genuinely cared for him. After so long of being alone. You actually cared? Of course I cared. I still do care. I felt like shit after that, you know? Katsuki trailed off, suddenly more nervous than he'd ever been. He tried to push it away, the new feeling giving him an overwhelming sense of panic. So, that you want to start over? Izuku asked nervously. Katsuki nodded his head. Yeah. But he stopped himself. What? This is all new to me. So be patient with me and tell me if I'm being an a-hole. Katsuki scoffed out a laugh. You were being an a-hole. I know. I mean later, nerd. Silence. Katsuki was finally sure that this wasn't about the bet, or proving his friends wrong, or proving himself wrong, or any of that. He was finally sure that he genuinely liked being friends with Izuku. But he wasn't sure what that meant for him or his quickening heartbeat. He just knew what he wanted to do. Deku, Katsuki said, breaking the silence. What is it? I know I've kissed you before, but I didn't do it right. It was all he could think about. It was the moment he went wrong. The moment he treated Izuku like he was any other body. At that moment, he wasn't kissing Izuku, he was kissing anyone else. Katsuki knew he was bad at affections. He was great at everything else, but this is where he lacked skill. It wasn't entirely his fault. It was just the way he was. It was in his foundation. As a child, the most Katsuki got was a pat on the back from his awkward clown of a father, and a few pinched cheeks from his mother. Hugs weren't a thing in the Bakugo household. Hell, he can't even remember the last time he saw his parents kiss one another. It was a concept that was completely new. Can I try again? Katsuki asked. But now, he felt the overwhelming urge to kiss Izuku. Friends didn't kiss each other, but Katsuki never had a true friend before Izuku. So, what would he know? Izuku's face flushed under the moonlight. With his room just as dark as before, he nodded his head. He stared up at Katsuki, who looked almost ethereal in the dark. His blonde hair looked even paler in the moonlight and his crimson eyes stared right into his. This time, it was different. He wasn't looking into Izuku's eyes to see the reflection of his own face anymore. He was looking into Izuku's eyes to see Izuku. Katsuki took a hesitant step closer. He wasn't sure how to do this. He wasn't made to love. He paused at his own thoughts. This had nothing to do with love. It was just admiration and something else. But not love. Fondness? Maybe? Not hate? Katsuki took Izuku's face in his hands again. This time his fingers ghosted over his skin sweetly. Tenderly, he handled the boy as if he were glass. He touched him ever so delicately. Katsuki's fingers didn't burn Izuku's skin this time. This time, they buzzed softly. Izuku smiled. Katsuki leaned down slowly. He didn't know what he was doing. He kissed Izuku's chapped lips softly. So softly that it was almost a ghost of a kiss. So gentle and quiet, Izuku could barely feel it. This was nowhere near Katsuki's first kiss. But it was his first kiss that wasn't filled to the brim with lust. To be frank, it scared him. New feelings, new things, new everything. It was scary. He didn't want it, but at the same time, he couldn't say no. It was the thought of kissing Izuku that took his breath away. It was the action that slightly scared him. He forgets everything else as soon as his lips locked with Izuku's. With his head fuzzy and heart screaming, he had come to the conclusion that he must be sick. Lovesick, his brain helpfully added on. He wanted to punch himself for thinking something so absurd. The hell does lovesick even mean? Sounds like bullshit. Katsuki pulled away after what felt like forever. Katsuki felt nothing but panic. So many feelings and not enough names for them. Izuku sniffled. Kaken? What? Why are you crying? Did I F it up again? No, Izuku cried. I'm just not happy. Izuku laid flat on his bed, candles burning in the corner of his room as they always did. Ochako was on FaceTime because apparently it was too late for her to come over. As if that had ever stopped her before, but Izuku didn't question it. She looked comfortable in her bed. Yeah, and then he gave the flowers back and kissed me, Izuku said, finishing up his story. Ochako squealed a little too loud for Izuku's poor phone speakers. He started from the beginning, telling her about their date, the way Katsuki kissed him, the way he tried to lie to Kusiai, up until just a few moments ago, when Katsuki kissed him softer than he'd ever been kissed before. Izuku finally felt loved. He had his friends and his mother, but he always wanted something more. To feel truly loved by someone who could keep giving more. He still wasn't sure if Katsuki was the one who could give him this, but that kiss gave him a taste of what he'd been longing for. Izuku knew for a fact that if anyone else had kissed him that way, he wouldn't have reacted the way he did. Katsuki Bakugo couldn't be anyone else. It had to be him. Izuku knew he fell in love too easily. Far too fast for his own good. He fell hard while the other person would barely even trip. It hurt being the only one to fall. He just prayed that this time was different. Maybe they would fall together. Hand in hand, jumping at the same time. So, are you two dating now? Ochako asked. Izuku pondered the thought. He wasn't entirely sure what that meant. I don't know. He said he wanted to start over. But we aren't like together. He blushed. Not yet. He added. So when's your second first date? Ochako laughed. I don't know. He doesn't plan anything. I'm just waiting for him to knock on my window again. Izuku chuckled. He's spontaneous, but I like it. I like him. You're in love. No. Izuku protested. No. It's way too early for that. It's not, we haven't even had a second date, and he's not even my boyfriend. You've had your entire life to fall in love with him. You were basically born attached to his hip. Ochako said. You've probably been in love with him this whole time. That's insane. When we fell apart, I missed him. But it wasn't because of that. I lost a friend I realized I never had. To me we were friends, but to him, I was just the kid that followed him everywhere. I was just sad because the only constant in my life hated me. But he doesn't hate you. He could. Izuku sighed. He used to. At least that's what it seemed like. Why would he kiss you like that if he hated you? Izuku took a deep, shaky breath. I don't know. Ochako smiled in an attempt to comfort Izuku through the screen. Exactly. He likes you, Izuku. And I'm sure he'd repeat it as many times as you need to hear. What if he leaves? Izuku asked, nervously biting his lip. Again. Then he wasn't the one. Izuku saw what abandonment could do to a person. It tore his mother apart and ripped her heart out from the inside. It was his biggest fear. Perpetual loneliness was something he dealt with every day. But having that lonely space be filled by someone who seemingly didn't care for him, and having them leave? That was probably worse. Izuku had to remind himself that Katsuki was the one who asked him out and that Katsuki kept coming back. So he had to care at least a little bit, right? After a few moments of silence, Izuku spoke up. I talked to Kusai on the phone today. Oh yeah. Yeah. He's nice, but I think I just want to be friends. I know Kaken and I aren't like that together, but it still feels weird to hang out with both of them. Izuku laughed. He knew who his heart belonged to since the beginning. There was no doubt about it, he was silly to even think Katsuki could ever come in second place. Katsuki Bakugo was always number one. He just wondered if he was Katsuki's number one. Now that he thinks about it, had Izuku ever been number one in anything? Was it selfish of him to want to be? He wanted to be Katsuki's number one. Izuku still hadn't gone grocery shopping. He only realized when he woke up Wednesday morning not to his mother cooking breakfast, but to her pulling on her shoes. Mom? What are you doing? He asked, rushing down the stairs. Today is the day, Izuku. I'll go out and get some breakfast for us, she said after taking a deep breath. Izuku pursed his lips. This happened every once in a while. She would get dressed, brush her hair and pull on her shoes. Say she would leave, and then she didn't. The first time she tried and failed, Izuku cried for days. Alone in his room, he cried about his mother's poor mental health and how she refused to get help. The second time, Izuku cried along with her. She couldn't even go buy food for her and her son? She felt like a failure. And the third time, Izuku knew she wouldn't be able to do it. Alright, Mom. Do you need me to make you a list? Or come with you? I know I don't have a license, but I can still drive you. No, honey. You have school. She smiled. That's all you have to worry about. Izuku gave her a wobbly smile back. Okay, he whispered. All right. Inko stood by the door with her purse in her hand. Izuku held back tears as he watched her hesitate. She just stood there, nervously fidgeting with her purse. Her hair laid nicely on her shoulders. She wore her favorite pearl necklace. She made an effort to look nice. I'll unlock the door now, she announced. Izuku watched her unlock the door. Slowly and carefully, her shaking hand fell back to her side. I'll not open the door. She didn't move. Finally, a tear rolled down Izuku's cheek. It was hard seeing her like this. She pushed herself so hard for him, but in the end, she was never able to do it. Izuku closed his eyes. He wasn't sure if she ever would. Inko rushed to lock the door again. I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku nodded and took the purse from his mother's hands. It's okay, Mom. You'll do it next time. Izuku knew that wasn't true. He couldn't see his mother leaving the house anytime soon, but he had to lie. It was for her. The only lie he'd ever tell her was for her own good. She had to think he believed in her. If he told her she couldn't do IT, it would break her. I'm sorry, she cried, sitting down on the couch. She anxiously rubbed her legs, trying to calm down. I'll get the groceries today, all right? Izuku said. It's okay. I'm so sorry, Izuku. A knock on the door startled his mother once again. Izuku put a hand on her shoulder before going to open the door. To his surprise, Katsuki stood there waiting for him. It wasn't unusual for Katsuki to be at his house as of recently, but it still shocked Izuku every time. Kaken! Izuku exclaimed. Oh, Katsuki is here? How is he and his family? Inko asked from the couch. Katsuki walked inside, not waiting for Izuku to invite him in. Per usual. We're alright, Andy. How are you? Katsuki asked, more out of respect than curiosity. He looked around the living room. It was sort of unsettling how the Midoriya house never changed. Unlike his. His mother had a habit of moving around furniture every other FING day. Oh, I'm alright, she said, still anxiously rubbing at her legs. You boys go off to school. I'll be okay. Izuku nodded. He hesitated for a moment before grabbing Katsuki by the arm and dragging him out of the house. Izuku huffed, holding back tears. He took a deep breath before looking up at Katsuki. Can you drive me to the store? I want to get groceries for my mom. Izuku asked. Katsuki pet his head. Can't you get them after school? I don't want to. Izuku knew it would make more sense to go after school. But he was feeling the effects of his mother's anxiety and didn't feel like facing people today. Besides, doing mundane things like shopping helped calm him down. It was the small parts of life he enjoyed. Katsuki checked his phone for the time. They were already late. Katsuki didn't mind skipping school again anyway. He could always go back after school for practice. All right. He shrugged. He couldn't say no. Izuku smiled. Katsuki swung his car keys around his finger as he walked to Izuku's driveway. This is your second time skipping school, Deku. And here I thought you were a good kid. Izuku rolled his eyes and opened his side of the car door. I am a good kid. It's for my mom, so it makes it extra good. That's not how it works. As soon as Katsuki heard the click of Izuku's seatbelt, he drove off. As always, he turned the volume of his stereo up and drummed his fingers along to the beat. Katsuki couldn't do anything without music. The silence left him anxious and set off. Not to mention, his house was anything but quiet. He needed the noise at all times. Kaken, this song is boring. Katsuki whipped his head around as if Izuku had personally offended him. What the hell are you talking about? It's boring. Not screamy enough. And the guitar is boring in this one. I like the other songs you played more. Screamy? I don't purely listen to that metal sheet like you. Katsuki said, turning up the music to be petty. And Airborne's music isn't boring. You just have sheet taste. I don't only listen to metal. Izuku argued. And my taste is the same as yours. Obviously not. And you can't even understand their screaming. I can. And you scream all the time. Izuku said, rolling his eyes. Everyone Izuku had ever met had been shocked by his taste in music. With his innocent face and kind nature, they wouldn't have expected his music to be so violent. Whatever. Izuku liked it. And his mother didn't mind it as long as he didn't play it too loud, so it was alright. Not to mention the fact that Katsuki had put him on this type of music, even if he acted like he didn't like it. Truth was, they were more similar than everyone thought. No, I don't, Katsuki said, eyes on the road. Izuku found that hilarious. Katsuki not screaming? Okay, that was rich. He squeezed his eyes together as he laughed, freckles almost disappearing. Was that a joke? No. I'm serious. Katsuki yelled. Izuku laughed again. Katsuki was just proving his point. You're the one that made me like that kind of music, Kaken. Katsuki smirked. My dad is a metalhead. It was basically forced on me. And I only like some of it. I prefer rock. He is. Izuku asked. Yeah, I know. He looks like a clown, right? You'd think he'd listen to piano solos and prissy sheet, but he doesn't. Katsuki laughed. Izuku smiled. When he was with Katsuki, it was easy to let all his problems melt away. The way their conversation flows easily, with playful banter and laughter, made Izuku happier than he'd like to admit. Sort of embarrassed by his own feelings, Izuku looked away. Do you have a shopping list? Katsuki asked. Not really. We kinda need everything. Izuku said, watching as Katsuki pulled into the parking lot of the only grocery store for miles. Living on the outskirts of town had its perks. But this was not one of them. If you wanted to do anything, you'd have to go into the city, which was worlds away. I'll just pick up what I see. Wait here. You're kidding, right? Katsuki said deadpan. I'm coming to help. No. You don't need to do that. It's fine, I'll just get a few things just to get us by for today and then we can go to school. I'll be real fast. Katsuki was already out of the car. No. We're getting everything you guys need. I didn't bring enough money for that. Izuku pouted. I got it. Katsuki waving his wallet around. Keep your shitty money. I can't let you do that. Izuku said, chasing after Katsuki who was already on his way inside. We can split the cost or something. No. What? Why? I'm trying to be nice. It's only nice if I want you to do it. Katsuki looked back at Izuku confused. You do want me to. You're just too stubborn to let me help. Kaken, Izuku said seriously. It's not like I can't afford it. We aren't a charity chase. I just don't have the money. On me right now. We don't need help. Katsuki looked back at Izuku, just as serious. Then pay me back later. Izuku just huffed. Stupid Kaken. So stubborn and never taking no for an answer. He's lucky he's hot or Izuku would have been more upset than he actually was. You're stubborn too, nerd, Katsuki said, bringing over a shopping cart. Izuku blushed. I didn't mean to say that out loud. Yeah. Let's get your sheet. Katsuki pushed the shopping cart, following Izuku around the store. Love Makes the World Go Round by Madonna played quietly on the store's shitty stereo speakers. Katsuki drummed his finger along to the beat. It was an old habit he developed as a brat that he never broke. His mother joked that Katsuki constantly had music playing in his head because he would do it even when nothing was playing. He'd drum along to the beat of a song no one else could hear. Izuku grabbed things off the shelf he knew his mother needed first. He needed the necessities first and then he'd grab snacks. He mumbled to himself as he contemplated which brand of meat was cheaper. He just wanted to make things easier for Katsuki. He was slightly horrified that Katsuki carried that much cash on him at all times. He wondered why that was. If I ever feel like leaving this shitty place, I'm always ready, Katsuki said, answering Izuku's mumbled question. What do you mean? Do I have to spell it out? Katsuki asked, slightly annoyed. I want to run away. I'm just looking for a good reason. And a chance. Why? Izuku couldn't think of one reason why Katsuki would want to leave his life here behind. He knew the town they lived in was boring, but in Izuku's eyes, Katsuki had everything. Nice friends, amazing grades, a career set for him, talent, looks. He was perfect. With the perfect life. Katsuki was silent for a moment. Just because. That wasn't it. There was something more, but Izuku didn't push it. It wasn't his place. Oh, he decided to say. Okay. Izuku continued his shopping, habitually mumbling to himself and deciding on the cheapest items. He planned meals for the week in his head as he shopped. Things he could make and things he knew his mother would have the energy to cool as well. Since it was just the two of them, they didn't need much, but his mother rarely had the motivation to eat anything these days. He had to take care of her, and that meant buying things they could cook easily. Oh, look at you boys, an old woman said. Are you shopping for your mother? I wish my sons were as nice as you were. Oh, a dash, Izuku stuttered, uncomfortable with the attention. No. We're actually married. Katsuki deadpanned. Oh, the woman said. You two dash. Yeah. We just moved in together. We're shopping for our new house. And 2 kids. Katsuki added with a straight face. The woman looked too shocked to answer. You're so young. And you're both dash. Both what? Katsuki asked. Izuku was growing more and more anxious with Katsuki's every word. Why was he messing with that poor old woman? Why did he say that? You think we can't raise kids? Katsuki asked. Of course not. I didn't mean that at all. She backtracked. It's just dash. Katsuki just stared at her. Soon enough, the old woman took her leave, uncomfortable under his intense gaze. Kaken, why would you lie to her? Married? Katsuki shrugged his shoulders. It's a hobby of mine, he snickered. Lying to strangers? Yeah, it's effing hilarious. No, it's not. What if she tells my mom? Izuku asked. Katsuki rolled his eyes. She doesn't know your mom. She could. It's a small town. Your mom doesn't go out. Katsuki reasoned. Her only effing friend is my mother. Izuku stood silent. He picked up the last of what he needed from the aisle. Why? I forgot. Katsuki squeezed his eyes shut. F-dash. I didn't mean to dash. No, it's fine. She's sick and I'm sure everyone knows it. Izuku said. I've heard worse. What? Katsuki asked. The hell do people say to you? Nothing. It's nothing to worry about. Yes, it is. It makes you upset. Izuku sighed, pursing his lips together. He really did look a lot like his mother. People think she's crazy because she locks herself inside. They think I'm dash. Izuku stopped himself. What? Katsuki asked, growing angrier with every breath. They think I'm going to go crazy too. Why nobody invites me anywhere and why dash? Izuku took a deep breath. And why I never had any friends before Ochako and Shoto. It's like they're all waiting for me to lose it like my mom. Katsuki took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. I had no idea. What the F dash? Izuku waved his hands, trying to calm Katsuki down. It's fine. The only people who are really nice to us are your parents and Mr. Toshinori from down the street. The old man I bought my car from? Yeah. He comes to visit her sometimes. Did you know he used to be a pro wrestler? Izuku asked excitedly. Katsuki scoffed. That frail old man? No fing way. He's a walking skeleton. He'll probably turn to dust if the wind blows too hard. It's true. He showed me pictures. He used to be super buff and big. Izuku said, flexing his arms. Oh yeah? Then what was his wrestling name? Katsuki asked. All Might. That's the lamest shit I've ever heard. I'm about to look this guy up. Katsuki said, pulling his phone from his pocket with a scoff. Izuku stood waiting in anticipation. He sort of looked up to Mr. Toshinori in a way. He was the closest thing to a father figure he's had in a while. He taught about all sorts of things, ranging from cars to wrestling moves and even gardening tips. Not that Izuku needed them, but still. He wanted Katsuki to like him. Izuku had even trained with Mr. Toshinori for a while in self-defense. He wasn't just a wrestler. He was skilled in combat and martial arts. Apparently, he was friends with Ochako's martial arts teacher and came to visit her dojo sometimes. Holy F dash! Katsuki exclaimed. Why do you curse so much? Izuku complained. This guy is effing huge. He was like 8 feet tall before he shriveled up. He's 7 feet 3 inches. Izuku corrected. That's insane, Katsuki said. What happened to him? He got into an accident and had to stop fighting, Izuku explained. Half his organs fell out in the accident. What the F dash? He's like superhuman. Izuku laughed. Yeah, I have no idea how he's still alive. That's badass, Katsuki said, following Izuku down the aisle. You got all the sheet you need? Izuku nodded his head. Yeah, let's check out now. You can go back to school while I stay home and help my mom this stuff away. Hell no. I'm not half-butting this favor. Katsuki argued. It's not a favor if I didn't ask you to. Izuku rolled his eyes, moving to self-checkout. Well, think of it as one. Katsuki helped Izuku carry in the groceries from the car. Too distracted by trying to carry every single bag inside in one trip, Katsuki didn't notice the blush on Izuku's face. I've never seen you do domestic things before, Izuku said, unlocking the door for them both. What? Katsuki huffed, tired by all the bags hanging off his arms. What? You think all I do is curse up a storm and run track? Izuku shrugged his shoulders, pushing open the door. Kind of yeah. Katsuki waddled into the house, struggling to carry everything. I'm human too, Deku. Izuku blushed. I know. Inko stood up from the couch. It seemed like she hadn't moved since they left. You boys went shopping? What about school? What about Dash? Katsuki placed the bags on the counter while Izuku started to put them away. It's fine, Annie. It won't hurt to. Miss one day. Do you want breakfast, Mom? Izuku asked, eyeing all the things he got. I can make some before we leave again. No, go sit down, Dek. I'll make her breakfast. Katsuki said, pushing Izuku out of the kitchen. And I'll make something for you too. I know you haven't eaten, you nerd. Izuku pouted. Kaken, I can cook just fine. Katsuki turned to him. You know that's a DMN lie. You should be banned from every kitchen in Japan. That's not true. I've gotten better. Izuku said defensively. Oh yeah. Yeah. Then crack those eggs. Silence. I can't. Izuku frowned. Anything but that. Why? Katsuki snickered. I don't know how to crack eggs, okay? I always get the shell inside and my hands get all gross. Katsuki laughed, making Izuku's heart squeeze. He looked so pretty with a smile on his face. He wondered why he preferred to wear a frown. That's what I thought, nerd. Now go sit down while I cook. Izuku walked away knowing there was no arguing with Katsuki. He also knew that Katsuki was an amazing cook, so I guess this is for the best. He watched Katsuki work from the living room. Like he said before, he's never seen Katsuki do anything domestic before. They grew up together, saw each other every day, and yet that he knew next to nothing about him. He didn't know about his small habits, or about his hobbies outside of track. He didn't know his favorite color is why he seemed to be so attached to those combat boots he wore every day. He didn't know any of these things, but he convinced himself he knew Katsuki better than anyone else. Had he been wrong? It's been a week since Katsuki asked Izuku to start over. An entire week and nothing exciting or new had happened. Izuku's days were the same as before. Wake up, tame his unruly hair, get dressed, kiss his mother goodbye, and go off to school. He tended to his garden like usual and used his lunchtime to study up on the things he missed while skipping class. He spoke to Shoto and Ochako as if his life hadn't changed one bit. That was the problem. Nothing had changed. When Katsuki kissed Izuku so tenderly, Izuku had expected things to be different. He expected Katsuki to do more than just nod his head as they passed one another in the halls. He expected something bigger. Something fun. Exciting. But a week had gone by and nothing. Change. It was something Izuku longed for. His mother didn't change the furniture around. She didn't change her hairstyle. She didn't change her ways. Izuku didn't change his style or the way he approached life. He didn't change his room around. Or change the way he did his hair. He didn't change his coffee order or try new things. But he wanted to. That was the point. He didn't do any of these things, but he longed for it. He just needed the push to change. The tiny nudge, the will that Bakugo Katsuki seemed to possess. Katsuki still drove Izuku to school. He came in through the front door, much to Izuku's pleasure. That was new. Katsuki attempted small talk with Inko even though Izuku knew he couldn't stand it. He opened the car door for Izuku and drummed his fingers to the beat of his music. And when they got to school, they parted ways until Izuku went to watch him run during track practice. That was the only time Katsuki spoke to him on school grounds. Izuku knew Katsuki wasn't necessarily embarrassed by him. Katsuki made a point to show that he didn't care what anyone had to say to him or about him. He couldn't care less what rumors floated around him. It was just all part of being the great Katsuki Bakugo. Despite knowing this, Izuku couldn't help but think Katsuki didn't want anyone to know. That Katsuki didn't want anyone to know how he climbs in through Izuku's window as if it was his own house. He didn't want anyone to know how he took him into the city or how he danced as Izuku sang karaoke for him. Or how he went home and cooked breakfast for him and his mother. Or how he held his face in between his index and his thumb and kissed him as if there was no tomorrow. But Izuku had to remember. Katsuki Bakugo had always been unapologetically him. He was the man who yelled out into a sea of people to confirm his date with Izuku. And he was the man that told a random old woman in a grocery store that they were married with 2 kids. And he was the man that asked Izuku to be patient with him. And that's what Izuku did. He was patient and he waited. What he was waiting for, Izuku didn't know. Izuku watched as Katsuki ran. There weren't any hurdles set up today like usual. Katsuki's favorite part of track was always the hurdles. As captain of the team, he made a point to be sure that everyone could jump the hurdles as well as him. It was odd that during his solo practice he didn't have them up. Izuku watched curiously as Katsuki ran on the outermost lane, seemingly just running to, well, run. It was almost insane how fast he was. Face focused on the track ahead, every breath calculated and savored. Katsuki Bakugo was in his element. "Stalker," Katsuki said as he made his way back to the bleachers. This time it was different. Not meant to berate Izuku but to tease him a little. Izuku rolled his eyes. "I'm not stalking you. I'm watching. Yeah, I heard that one before." He smirked. Katsuki grabbed his water bottle from his gym bag and downed it in one gulp. "So what are you doing here?" Izuku's smile fell. "What do you mean? I just wanted to see you. We live next to each other." "Exactly, and we still haven't talked." Izuku blushed. "About you know." Katsuki crushed the plastic water bottle in his hands. "Talk about what?" "It's all pretty clear. I took you on a date, I fed it up, and I made it up to you. Well, what are we? Even after all that you still avoid me at school." Izuku said. He was never one to heat around the bush. He liked to avoid misunderstandings despite his bad habit of avoiding problems. He was an oxymoron. I don't avoid you, I'm not avoiding you. Katsuki corrected. It's been 4 days and the only time we talk is well. When nobody is around. What? You want me to go off and tell everyone our business? So they can twist it into something it's not? Katsuki asked, angrier than he should be. Why are you being like that? I was just Izuku took a deep breath, frustrated. I just want to know if you actually like me or not. Or if you're embarrassed or This again? Katsuki groaned. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Why are you so insecure? Izuku was taken aback. He paused for a moment before recollecting himself. I'm not insecure. Sorry if I can't believe the guy who hated my guts for years suddenly likes me. Why are you trying to start an argument? All I did was ask a question. Izuku yelled back. Katsuki stood silent. Regretful. Angry. And guilty. Was it really so hard to believe that he kind of liked Deku now? Was he that terrible that Izuku thought he wasn't capable of being kind? Was he really so bad? I didn't mean to. And I don't hate you, all right? But you did. The day Katsuki and Izuku stopped being friends was a long time ago. So long that Katsuki couldn't quite remember what time of year. But Izuku does. Izuku remembers it all as if it was yesterday. While Katsuki ran ahead in life, chasing after everything he wanted with incredible speed, jumping hurdles as if they were nothing but a bug in his way, Izuku remained in one place. He sat with the bugs in the garden and tended to the flowers, never moving from his place on the sidelines. He watched from afar because it was all he could do. Come on, Deku. I'll make it up. See, I want to take you somewhere. Katsuki picked up his gym bag, slinging it over his shoulder. Mindlessly, he reached for Izuku's hand. No. You can't just do something nice and expect the problem to disappear. We have to talk about it. Izuku yelled, pulling his hand away from Katsuki's. We have no problems. Izuku threw his hands in the air. That's the problem. You don't see that there's something wrong. Katsuki threw his bag back down. Fine. What is it? Enlighten me, Deku. Izuku sniffled. I know you're not good at this sort of thing. And you're more of an actions over words guy, but I need to know. Know what? What made you take interest in me all of a sudden? Do we have to talk about this now? I just want to have fun. I want to go off with you and Please, Katsuki? Izuku begged tearfully. He smiled sadly, hoping Katsuki would grant him the thing he needed most. Reassurance. Katsuki stood shocked. The last time Izuku said Katsuki's first name was full of sarcasm and playful banter. It was light and sweet and came with a smile. Despite that, it still sent a chill down his spine. The nickname the nerd gave him stuck, and he didn't want Izuku to call him anything else. Especially not with that pleading look on his face. And especially not with those tears in his eyes. Katsuki sighed. You match my pace. You always have. Even when we were brats and when I wanted to do something crazy, you were always right behind me. Katsuki said truthfully. I ran ahead and you always chased after me. Izuku listened intently, hanging on Katsuki's every word. Thinking back to their childhood was bittersweet. The way things turned out now were not ideal, but they were better than before. At least they were something. And when I finally looked back and saw that you weren't following me, I realized that I missed you. Katsuki spoke, but he couldn't find the lie in his words. This didn't start because he missed Izuku, that was just a revelation he found after the fact. This started because of a stupid bet, and that's all there was to it. At least that's what he thought. Because I like you. And whatever else that nerd brain is telling you is wrong. Because I really do. Katsuki poked Izuku in the forehead. Does he? I'll always follow you, Kaken. Katsuki snorted, ugly and relieved. Because you're a stalker. Izuku picked up Katsuki's gym bag for him, slinging it over his own shoulder. Whatever you say, Kaken. Now, about that place you wanted to go? Yeah, let's go. And don't ever call me Katsuki again. So you do like the nickname? Shut it. Katsuki. Don't call me that. Katsuki, Katsuki, Katsuki. Content with Katsuki's answer, Izuku didn't ask about it again. It seemed to make sense. The day he decided to distance himself from the boy, as distanced as they can be while being neighbors that is. Katsuki shows up and things change. For better or for worse, Izuku wasn't sure yet. Katsuki habitually drummed his fingers on the steering wheel to the tune of Heat of the Moment by Asia. They've been driving for a while. The only way Izuku knew that was because they've gone through Katsuki's entire playlist, and yet he still refuses to play a different type of music. Kaken, we've been driving forever. And you're playing the same songs over and over. Izuku complained. Where are we going? At least let me pick the music. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Rules of the road, det. Driver picks the music, shotgun shuts his cake hole. He turned onto a long road. There wasn't anything out here for miles. Did you just quote Supernatural? Izuku asked. Then after a beat of silence, oh my god. What? Katsuki asked, almost swerving at Izuku's outburst. Don't if you yell like that. Do you want us to die? You're a nerd too. The car, the music, the quote. I should have known. Izuku said excitedly. And you call me lame? You're obsessed with a TV show. Katsuki rolled his eyes. I have no idea what you're talking about. You know why I wanted this car, Kaken? Izuku asked. Because I thought Dean Winchester was the coolest guy ever. And I wanted to be just like him. Or maybe I wanted to date him, that I don't know actually. Deku dash. Katsuki was about to interrupt Izuku's mumbling before he was interrupted. And you're just like him. You wanted to be him too, didn't you? Izuku smiled. Katsuki smirked. Alright, you got me. But if you tell anyone, I'll burn your house down. Izuku laughed. You're a nerd. Like a big one. No, I'm not. It cancels out because I'm athletic. It's like PEMDAS or something. Katsuki joked. Does that mean I'm Sam? Izuku asked. God, I hope not. They're brothers, de. Katsuki continued driving down the road. Unless you're one of those creeps that want the brothers to F-. Of course not. Izuku yelled. I just meant since I'm the smart one and you're the guy who shoots first and asks questions later. Izuku said the last part, mocking Katsuki's voice. What are you talking about? I'm smart too, dumbass. Katsuki flicked Izuku in the forehead, not looking away from the road. You're the random but Lady Dean married. Izuku pouted. That's so lame. She doesn't even do anything cool. And they don't even last long. You want us to last? Katsuki asked curiously, looking at Izuku in his peripheral vision. Izuku blushed. I hope we do. Katsuki smirked. Alright, then you just be Deku and I'll be Kaken and we'll have our own story and go on our own adventures. And we'll last long? We'll last as long as you want, Deku. Izuku smiled. Alright, Kaken. Where's our first adventure? He pumped his fist in the air, excited and overall happy. This is what he wants. Life to be a movie, adventures, car rides, music, Katsuki. He just wants fun. We're going to see the sea. Izuku pet his head. The beach is the other way. And we're in the middle of nowhere. Not the beach. Katsuki slowed his car. He pulled onto farmland. The sea. Izuku looked around. The sun shone up above, hot and bright. The grasslands were all he could see. Plants and animals lived on the farm calmly, working with one another to live on. Everyone had a part to do and Izuku was starstruck. If he wanted to live in the big city before, those ideas and dreams were forgotten as soon as he caught sight of the farm. He'd live out here, surrounded by nature and accompanied by the animals. He'd wake up before the sun and tend to his garden, feed his animals and sit back and watch his farm thrive. He'd smile up at the sun and take in the fresh breeze. There wouldn't be a person for miles. Except for Kaken. Katsuki would be by his side. Because they will last as long as Deku wants. I don't understand. This isn't the ocean. This is Dash. You'll see. Katsuki parked his car in the cornfield. His grandma owned the place, surely she wouldn't mind. It was almost a maze. All he could see was grass, wheat, and corn. He stepped out onto the farm as Izuku followed behind, just like always. Kaken. Katsuki climbed up on the hood of his car, careful not to leave any dents or crack his windshield. He turned around, reaching his hand out to Izuku. Do you trust me? Izuku smiled and took his hand. Of course. Katsuki pulled him up on the hood. My grandma owns this farm. She wanted to get rid of it after the old man died, but my mom convinced her not to. Don't tell the hag I said this, but she secretly loved growing up on this farm. She'll complain about the bugs and the smell, but she loved it. Izuku smiled as he watched Katsuki stand up on the top of the car. But still don't understand. It's appealing but dash. Stand up. I'll show you. Izuku stood up, letting Katsuki hold him close so he didn't fall off the car. He looked over the sea of corn, plants, and CRPs. He felt the breeze tousle his hair and took a deep breath of the fresh air. Oh. Yeah. Now be quiet, close your eyes and listen to it. Izuku closed his eyes as he assumed Katsuki did the same. The sound of the wind blowing through the CRPs and plants sounded just like the ocean. If he closed his eyes and used his imagination, he could be on the beach. He felt the sun beat down on his freckled face, the rays kissing his cheeks and the air showing him the sea. When he opened his eyes, Katsuki was still there smiling down at him. It's the sea. Izuku smiled. Demon right. It's not the ocean, but I think it's the next best thing. He smiled triumphantly. If he was honest, he wasn't sure if Izuku would appreciate the farm as much as he did. But still, he said, I knew you'd like it. You and your affinity for plants and sheet. It made sense that you'd like the farm. Izuku stepped off the roof of the car. Can we go see the animals? Please? He asked, dragging out the word, please. Katsuki hopped off the car too. Yeah, whatever you want, nerd. Despite not knowing his way around, Izuku ran around the cornfield in search of farm animals. He ran off, not waiting to see if Katsuki was following behind. Because he didn't know his way around, he ended up going deeper into the field and getting himself lost in record time. Katsuki sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Deku, come back, it's the other way. Oh, yeah, I knew that. I was just testing you. Izuku yelled from somewhere in the field. Katsuki waited for a moment. Deku, I said come back. Izuku nervously laughed. Yeah, funny story. I'm lost. Are you effing serious? How did you get lost in 10 seconds? Katsuki asked. I knew you had a shitty sense of direction, but Jesus. He pinched the bridge of his nose once again with a sigh. Just, come here. Gee, Kak and I didn't think about that. I'll just stop being lost. Great idea. Katsuki could already tell that Izuku was rolling his eyes even if he couldn't see him. Don't get sarcastic with me. I'm rubbing off on you and I don't like it. Gee, I wonder why dash. Stop. Or else I won't help you. Okay, but I was just messing with you. Please come find me, I'm really lost in here. Katsuki could practically hear Izuku slump his shoulders and pout. He sighed and shoved his car keys in his pocket. Alright, don't effing move. Katsuki stepped into the cornfield begrudgingly. He didn't know his DMN way around this place either. But he wouldn't admit that. If he did, then what would he be? Another lost loser just like Deku. The shuffling of the CRPs caught his ear. Deku, I can hear you FING moving. Stay in one place so I can get your lame butt out of here. All Katsuki got back was the sound of more shuffling and Izuku giggling to himself as he ran through the field. At least the shuffling was getting closer. That was a good thing, right? Deku, answer me. Silence. Deku. Silence. Panic. Deku, answer me. The sounds of shuffling ceased. Trying to calm his panic, he tried to figure out where Izuku could be. The shuffling wasn't that far, right? He had to be close. Marco! Izuku yelled with a laugh. Izuku's voice was closer than he thought. Behind him? To the left? Deku, you be sturdy. I can hear your sheet-eating grin. Do you think it's funny to scare me like that? Katsuki yelled back, spinning in place, trying to find Izuku. Turns out, Katsuki was the lost one and Izuku was just a cheeky BSRD. You weren't even lost, were you? You're supposed to say polo. Izuku's voice was farther now. You really SCK at this game. Oh, that's it. You're the one who SC kiss. I'm the seeker, so I say Marco. Katsuki yelled, venturing in the direction he thought he heard Izuku's voice come from. Polo! Izuku laughed. Katsuki smiled, hearing that Izuku was closer now. He ran ahead, determined to win. Marco! Izuku's laughter grew quieter as the sound of shuffling accompanied it. The BSTRD was running. Polo! Katsuki turned around, chasing Izuku's voice. Marco! Polo! Izuku yelled behind him. Katsuki spun around to see Izuku in all of his glory. He had CRP and grass stuck in his hair. His cheeks were tinted red as the biggest smile stretched across his face. Immediately, Katsuki tackled him into what some would call a hug. But Katsuki would call this a trap. Deku, you little sheet! Katsuki yelled with a smile. He pinned Izuku to the ground. I caught you, BSRD. Izuku laughed under him. No, I let you catch me. How dare you invalidate my win? Katsuki yelled angrily. Despite his tone of voice, he delicately picked the grass from Izuku's hair before trailing his hand back down to his cheeks. You think this is funny? Izuku smiled. Yes, actually. You got lost and you say I'm the one with a shitty sense of direction. Katsuki unpinned Izuku from the ground and pulled him up. Because you are. And I wasn't lost. I was just worried because you got lost. Katsuki poked Izuku in the chest with every word with an accusing finger. Sure, Kaken. Let's get out of here. I wasn't lost. Katsuki yelled again, following Izuku out. Keep telling yourself that. I will. Shitty Deku. Katsuki grumbled. You were the lost one. When they finally got out of the cornfield, Izuku made a beeline for the farm animals. Katsuki followed behind, watching as Izuku jumped excitedly upon seeing the goats. He couldn't understand what was so exciting about shitty goats. They were annoying, loud, and liked to eat his breathes. Oh, I've never seen a real goat before. Izuku said, awestruck. Seriously? Have you seen anything? Katsuki asked in disbelief. He was almost sure of Izuku's answer. No, he hadn't seen anything. Inko left the kid locked up in a FING tower. Not that he thought Izuku was a damsel in distress, but he wanted to save him from that tower. Break it down brick by brick until Inko had nothing left to cage him up in. Izuku flushed. Not really. You know that I don't go anywhere. He scratched the back of his neck. Fine then. I'll take you everywhere. Katsuki exclaimed before he could think about it. Everything you ever wanted to do, I'll take you. We can't go everywhere. That's too many things, ow. Izuku yelped, pulling his finger away from the goat. It bit me. Izuku looked down at the goat, who seemed almost proud of himself. It bleated and strutted away. That one's mean. Can I name him Kaken? Izuku asked. No, you can't name a goat after me. And it already has a name. It's Dainsleaf. Katsuki said proudly. That's a lame name, Izuku deadpanned. No, it's not. Did you come up with it? Demon right, I did. Izuku laughed. It's terrible. Shut up, that. And I was serious. I'll take you anywhere you want. And you don't even have to pay me back for gas. Katsuki said, looking anywhere but Izuku. So let's cross everything off your bucket list. Izuku smiled. Really? Yes, really. I don't promise anything I don't mean. Izuku smiled and took those words to heart. Izuku watched the sunset as Katsuki drove down the long windy road. The sky matched the ruby red of Katsuki's eyes. Izuku had grown to love the color. Long, Long Way from Home, by Foreigner, appropriately played from the stereo. Izuku smiled, realizing Katsuki updated his playlist per his request. Can I tell you something, Deku? Katsuki said, breaking the comfortable silence. Yeah. Course. I've dreamt of running away with someone since I was 6 years old, Katsuki said, never taking his eyes off the road. Izuku didn't say anything, and Katsuki took that as a sign to continue. It's not that I hate my life here. I'm aware I have everything. The stupid medals in my room remind me of that every morning. My mom tries her best, and even though Dad is a clown, he tries too. But I want more. This small shitty city isn't enough for me, but you make it worth it. Izuku blushed. He hadn't expected Katsuki to say something like that so straightforward. Katsuki continued. You make it worth it, Deku. He repeated. But I've always wanted to leave this place. I've always wanted to take his hand and just drive off and never look back. Is that crazy? Izuku shook his head. If he was understanding correctly, that someone was always him. It's not crazy. Where do you want to go? Anywhere else but here. Is that what your plans after high school are? Take your scholarship and leave? Izuku asked. The thought sort of made him sad. Everyone wanted to leave the city. Shoto and his family were rich enough to go anywhere they wanted. With his father's business growing rapidly, they'd be forced to relocate sooner or later. Ochako and her family weren't as well off as Shoto or even Izuku's family. But she still had plans to go to college elsewhere. Katsuki wanted nothing more than to leave this place. Izuku was the only one stuck in place. Like always. Katsuki nodded. I'm going to UA. It's not that far, but it's far enough. Izuku mentally took a note. UAIT was a prestigious school. If he focused a little harder, Izuku could get his GPA a little higher, and if he really wanted to, he could get in too. Then he shook those thoughts away. Was he really considering following Katsuki to his dream school? It was only then that Izuku realized that he had no real plan in life. He had no set goal and no dreams or ambitions. He thought he would remain static for the rest of his life. He didn't say anything to Katsuki after that. He turned to look out the window, watching as the sun went down. Izuku was smart enough to get into any school he wanted. He was a good kid with outstanding grades, and if he wanted it enough, he would get it. But the only problem was that he didn't know what he wanted. His plans in life change more than his actual life does. Izuku didn't have any gifts like Katsuki did. He didn't have a family business like Shoto or a dream like Ochako. All he had was an unpaved road in front of him, waiting to be cemented. That concept was utterly terrifying. By the time Izuku got home, it was nearly 11 p.m. Curfew had completely slipped his mind, until he saw his mother in shambles on the kitchen floor. Even when Izuku came home just a few minutes late, she would panic and jump to conclusions. Out on the farm, Izuku didn't have any service, so as soon as he rushed to his mother, his phone rang off in his pocket. It buzzed with almost as much anxiety as Inko was feeling. Now that Izuku was nearly 8 hours late, she had panicked herself to exhaustion. Izuku swallowed down the guilt he felt in his throat and went to wake his mother. It seems that the more Izuku chases after what he wants, the more his mother panics and withers away. Her mental state wasn't getting any better, and Izuku couldn't help but feel like he was at fault. Mom. He shook her with a sigh. Mom, you can't sleep on the kitchen floor. His voice was soft despite the fact he was trying to wake her up. He moved her hair out of her face with a shaky hand. Mom, please wake up. He whispered. She stirred, eyebrows knitting together as she became conscious of the cool tile against her face. Mom, I'm home. Wake up. Inko shot up from the ground, still panicked. Izuku. She grabbed Izuku's arm tightly, almost as if she was trying to convince herself he was really here. It's me. I'm here, Mom. Izuku said, trying his best not to cry. His mother seeing him cry would only make her burst into tears as well. That was the last thing he wanted right now. He already felt guilty enough. He should have called or texted or anything. But he hadn't even thought about how his mother would react to him being out so late. She had tears in her eyes anyway, twisting Izuku's heart in a way so familiar that in of itself was sad. The familiarity of pain ran deep. Izuku, where were you? I thought today was the day you dash. I'm here, Mom. I'll never leave you. Not like that. I'm still here. Inko cried, holding on to her sweet son. Where were you, honey? I was so worried. I was so worried. Izuku took a deep breath. I was with Kaken. He let his mother hold him, not pulling away like usual. She needed it. He took me to his grandma's nice farm and we had so much fun. He talked her down from her panic. They had goats and horses and chickens too. There was a cornfield and we ran around in there. Izuku laughed. Kaken got lost and I had to lead the way out. Is that where you've been running off to? Are you always with Katsuki? She asked. Izuku nodded his head. He took me on a nice date last week. He's taking me everywhere I want to go. He treats me well, ma. He treats me so well. I just hope it's real. Inko smiled. This boy is really sweeping you off your feet, huh? She laughed. She finally pulled away from the hug. With a huff, she pulled herself off the kitchen floor and Izuku followed, relieved. You know, she said, making her way to the bookshelf. She pulled out a blue photo album. It was old and hadn't been touched in years. I always knew you boys would be more than friends. Izuku blushed red, following his mother to the couch. You knew. Oh yes. Come look at these, she said, patting the seat right next to her. The photo album sat in her lap as she flipped through the pages. To Izuku's surprise, they were all of him and Katsuki. You two were always together. Izuku's mother loved taking photos. He knew of her many photo albums. Of course, they were all of him, her only child. She had thousands of photos of him through the years. She sent them to his father in the earlier years, but at some point she stopped sending them and he stopped asking. Izuku watched as she flipped the pages. The first photo with Katsuki was when he was only age 4. Izuku made a friend playing outside. His name is Katsuki. He lives right next door. Every photo had a note beside it. This one was the first time the two boys met. Izuku had a wobbly smile as he held onto Katsuki, who was pointing proudly at Izuku's bandaged knee. The superhero band-aid had been Katsuki's idea. He couldn't give his new friend any old plain band-aid, now could he? Izuku had fallen on the sidewalk and Katsuki was there to pick him up. Laughing at the memory, Izuku thought back to how much cooler Katsuki had always been. He pulled Izuku up off the sidewalk and told him to quit the crying, real heroes don't cry. He wiped Izuku's tears away, rather roughly might I add, before dragging him to see his mother. Mitsuki handed Katsuki a band-aid and he slapped it on Izuku's knee. He was good as new. Izuku smiled watching as the years flew by. Age 5, Izuku's 5th birthday. His best friend Katsuki helped him blow out his candles. Izuku smiled. On his 5th birthday, as soon as they finished singing Happy Birthday, Katsuki blew out Izuku's candles for him. Of course, Izuku cried while Katsuki stood proud thinking he was hilarious. He made up for it, though, by getting Izuku the biggest present of them all. The bike. Age 5, Izuku and Katsuki learning how to ride a. But Katsuki hasn't seemed to get the hang of it yet, but Izuku is on fire. Age 5, playing tag at the park with Katsuki. Katsuki is a fast runner. Age 5, Izuku and Katsuki playing in the snow. So cold. Age 6, Katsuki proposed with ring pops. My boy is getting married. Izuku blushed at the silly picture. It was Katsuki and Izuku standing side by side, showing the camera their candy rings. Katsuki's had a big bite taken out of his, while Izuku's hadn't even been touched. Katsuki planted an innocent kiss on Izuku's cheek before Inko took the picture, hence why Izuku looked so red in the photo. Mom, that's so embarrassing. Izuku complained with a smile. Inko just laughed in response, flipping to the next page. Age 6, Izuku and Katsuki in matching Halloween costumes. Age 6, Izuku's first sleepover. Age 7, Izuku's 7th birthday. Katsuki got him the biggest present again. Age 7, Katsuki helping my Izuku with math homework. There were no more photos of them at age 7. Izuku found that odd. Age 8, look how big he's grown. Katsuki was in the background of this photo. Izuku couldn't remember too well, but he was sure Katsuki didn't want to be in it. He frowned. Age 9, Izuku's Halloween costume. Katsuki wasn't in this picture at all. Izuku was one half of a matching costume. Age 10, Izuku's 10th birthday. Izuku's best friend is back. Izuku smiled sadly. Katsuki had only come back for a year before completely ignoring Izuku again. It gave him false hope, but he still looked back on that year fondly. Age 13, first day of middle school. I hope he makes new friends. The gap made Izuku frown. Age 16, he's so big. He's in high school now. Izuku looked more and more exhausted with every photo. In the years Katsuki picked him, he wasn't sure if his mother had known or seen the signs. He couldn't stand to look at it anymore. There was no point in living in the past. He stopped his mother. We don't have to look at the rest of them. She smiled. All right. I'm so glad you two are talking again. In those years, she closed the photo album. You looked so sad without him. You two were always happiest together. Izuku nodded. That was always true. Even when they stopped being friends, Izuku found himself happiest cheering Katsuki on from the sidelines. Going to his track meets to watch in silence, only to leave immediately after. Silently celebrating Katsuki's achievements and keeping track of his personal records, he looked up to him. He seemed to be living life through Katsuki. Now that he was inside of the fence, past the many walls, Izuku found himself clinging to find one of the labels he grew to hate. He found labels restricting, but in a relationship all that went out the window. It was only now that he realized Katsuki never answered his question. What are they? First, they were friends, that much was obvious. Then they fell apart and became strangers. Izuku fell into loneliness, and it was Katsuki himself who pulled him out of it despite being the one who pushed him in. He wrecked his brain for a label to slap on them. He just wanted to be sure he and Katsuki were on the same page. Izuku wasn't blinded by his insecurity, anxiety, and worry. He could see how much softer Katsuki was with him now. Conversation with him flowed easily, and he didn't have to worry about making the other angry. It seemed he was much calmer when with Izuku these days. He could tell he liked him. But did he like him back as much as Izuku liked him? Izuku didn't ask Katsuki about it in the car, and he didn't ask him about it when he walked him to his garden. The thought hadn't even crossed his mind. He needed to talk to Ochako first. It was morning routine at this point. Katsuki would walk him to his garden before class started. Izuku would update Ochako on everything. She would squeal and they'd go to class. Ochako was like his extended consciousness. She helped him see the things right in front of him. For someone whose main hobby was people watching, Izuku was no good at seeing the facts when it came to his own situations. He could tell you everything you needed to know about someone else's relationship, but when it came to his own, he was clueless. When Katsuki and Izuku walked into his garden, Ochako was there with someone else. At first, he didn't recognize her. Not while she was locking lips with a blonde girl. Izuku assumed it was the girl she was talking about after the party. Izuku blinked at the scene, and Katsuki snorted before turning on his heels and leaving Izuku to deal with the awkward situation alone. Chako, why are you making out with a girl in my garden? Izuku deadpanned. You know the flowers don't like that. She jumped back from the girl, startled to hear Izuku's voice. Oh, sorry. I kinda forgot where we were. She waved her finger, pointing to all the flowers. Izuku had one rule. Don't make out in the garden. Not because the flowers didn't like it, but because he hated kicking out horny teenagers who thought his garden was the perfect spot. His friends were no exception, even though they were the only ones who knew of the rule. Izuku, this is Himiko Toga. The girl I was telling you about. She smiled, fixing her hair. It's nice to meet you, Toga. Ochako really likes you, and I'm sure you're nice, but if you'd excuse us, Ochako and I have a crisis to attend to. He smiled kindly despite pointing to the exit. You can come back later. Ochako pouted after saying goodbye to Himiko and watching her leave. Izuku, that was mean. She probably thinks you don't like her. I'll apologize later. I need help. He sat down next to her on the bench. I was serious about the crisis. What happened? Is it your mom? Did Kusei not handle the whole just being friends thing well? She asked, trying to run through all of the possibilities Izuku could be stressed. Izuku's eyes widened. I didn't even talk to him about that. I've been talking to him thinking we were just friends this whole time. No wonder he was so touchy at lunch. I was so distracted with Kaken that I dash. Izuku, take a deep breath. Ochako said, grabbing his shoulders. It's fine. Just go over everything. Izuku took a few deep breaths before telling Ochako about the interaction with Katsuki at the track, and then about the corn maze. He ranted about his mother and the guilt he felt. The uncertainty of it all, and most of all, how this was the only time in his life he had ever craved a label to be slapped on something. Ochako listened intently. Okay, do you want my solution or do you just want me to listen? She asked. Izuku always appreciated her asking instead of jumping to solve his problems for him. Sometimes you just needed to be listened to. Please give me your solution, he pouted. I'm so lost. All right, she nodded. I know this sounds crazy, but just talk to him. Ask him what he wants from this relationship. Izuku looked stunned as if he hadn't even thought about that. Just ask? Katsuki tried to avoid it the last time he asked. Why would he try again? What if he gets annoyed? What if asking ruins everything? Ochako gave him her look. You know the one. The unimpressed, are you kidding me? Izuku, listen to yourself. If you have no communication in the relationship, it'll never work out. It's the most important thing to have, and I know you know that. She grabbed his shoulders again. I know it's scary, but you have to jump this hurdle. Izuku sighed. So many hurdles in life, he doesn't know how Katsuki does it. He just wished everything could be as easy as it was in the movies. When the two love interests fall in love easily and things go exactly as planned. They didn't have to worry if one liked the other any less. They didn't have any real-world worries. Izuku wanted that. The carefree part of life. The fictitious world that these movies showed him. He craved it more than anything. Kaken isn't much of a talk about your feelings guy, Izuku said, fidgeting with his fingers. What if he just shuts down and doesn't answer again? If he can't talk about the relationship, then he shouldn't be in one in the first place. She said, and you said he was opening up to you. He told you what he wanted in life and he wants to keep you close. That means he sees you in his future, so just push him a little more. She smiled. Ease him into it. Soon he'll open up and bloom just like these flowers. Izuku sighed. I really want this to work. It will as long as you both communicate. Now go get him, Tiger. Ochako pushed Izuku off the bench. Tell him what you want. Now? He asked. Now? Izuku was practically rushed out of his garden. He knew exactly where to find Katsuki. He did the same thing every day before class. It was the whole reason they got to school so early. Izuku would tend to his plants and Katsuki would get extra practice in. Izuku cursed the close proximity of the track and his garden. It gave him no time to think of a script to say. But of course, his anxiety-induced brain had the time to run over every terrible outcome. Katsuki could say no or worse. He could laugh in his face and call him stupid for wanting anything more than what they had, whatever that was. Before he knew it, he was standing behind the fence of the track field. Katsuki wasn't alone. Nito Monoma was there. Izuku internally rolled his eyes at the sight of the two blondes arguing. And you think you're faster? Katsuki yelled. Izuku only caught the last part of this conversation, but he could already tell that this was not going to be good. Oh, I know I am, Monoma said proudly. Katsuki snarled. I'm the captain of the track team. He poked Monoma in the chest. You're just a shitty little pole vaulter. Labels mean nothing when it comes down to facts. Monoma shrugged. And the fact is I'm faster. Izuku nervously darted his eyes between the two as they went back and forth. Katsuki didn't seem to notice his presence while Monoma only spared a small glance. Monoma was always a troublemaker. He found it entertaining to watch Katsuki get all riled up. He pushed Katsuki's buttons so easily too. No fear, just mischief in his eyes. Bullshit. Katsuki yelled. I earned this title and that means I'm number one. Izuku wasn't sure why Monoma was challenging Katsuki. Everyone knew Katsuki was leagues above everyone else. Even Monoma seemed to know he had no chance in a one-on-one race against Katsuki. Still, Monoma would do anything to drive Katsuki up the wall. Get ready, shitface. Katsuki said, stretching. I'm about to show you why I'm the FING captain of this team. Monoma smiled. I'd love to race you, but it looks like someone's waiting for your attention, tyrant. Katsuki turned, finally noticing Izuku standing there. His shoulders relaxed the slightest bit. Deku. Stand there and watch me destroy this fucker. He thinks he's better than me. He laughed. Kaken, I really need to talk to you. As much as I love watching you run, I don't have the time. Katsuki's competitive smile dropped into a furrowed brow frown. What's wrong? Trouble in paradise? Monoma offered. Get the hell out of here. Katsuki snapped and Monoma scampered away. Kaken. Izuku breathed. This was harder than he thought. I want you to be my boyfriend. That is not what he was supposed to say. Izuku shocked himself with his words. It was already out there and Izuku couldn't take it back. Not that he wanted to, but he wished he didn't blurt it out like that. Izuku fidgeted with his fingers again. I mean, I wanted to know, you take me out on these dates but you never really answered my question yesterday, and I don't know if this is just some weird friend thing for you or if we're on the same page. Or maybe you don't even know and I'm just the confused one. Or we're both confused. And you said we would last as long as I want, but I even know what's lasting. We haven't even put a label on anything and that's what I dash. Izuku rambled before Katsuki stopped him with a kiss. It was just as soft as that night in his room. Katsuki cupped Izuku's face in the palm of his hand. When he pulled back with a small smile, the rest of the world seemed to melt away. It was like magic, the perfect movie moment Izuku had been looking forward to. This isn't exactly how he imagined it. He was going to ease into the conversation and hopefully, Katsuki would be the one to ask, but this was okay too. This was more than okay. Deku, quit mumbling. Katsuki looked away, ears tinted pink. I'll be your boyfriend, he said, voice gruff. If that's what you want. Really? I mean only if you want it too. I was so nervous, I thought you would say no. I knew we went over this already, but I was really doubting that you liked me as much as I like you. I mean I know you like me, why else would you take me out to all those nice places and say all these nice things, but I didn't know if you really like me dash. Deku. Yes, Kaken? Your boyfriend wants you to shut up. Izuku blushed, hiding behind his hands. Right, but, yes, boyfriend. I mean Kaken. Sure, whatever you want, he said, giddy and pink. Katsuki laughed, throwing his head back. Come on nerd, let's go to class. He ruffled Izuku's hair as he walked by. Right? Coming. By the time lunch rolled around, Izuku was still giddy. He got the chance to talk to Kusuai and let him down nicely. Luckily, he was understanding and didn't mind being friends. Izuku still felt terrible, profusely apologizing for not being straightforward and leading him on. It's all right. Some people just don't work out, it's nothing to be too upset about, he said. But if anything changes, that I'm right here. Izuku smiled and that was the end of that. So now, he sits at his lunch table with his friends, Kusuai included, with his head fuzzy and heart thumping in his ears. The events from this morning had dwindled his focus, but he finds that he doesn't really care. Because he had everything he needed. Everything he wanted. And that was Katsuki. His friends. As the smile on his face. He was happy and everything was perfect. Izuku took notice of Katsuki's lunch table. The group of friends erupted in a mix of shocked shouts and cheers. They looked like they were having fun too. Izuku wondered what Katsuki did with his friends, where they went as such a big group. What they talked about, how they met. He was glad to see Katsuki had real friends. In the past, all he had were followers. People who don't really know him, followed behind because he was Katsuki Bakugo, not because they wanted to be friends. He smiled to himself. His friend group wasn't as big, but it was growing. Ochako invited Toga to sit with them and Toga brought a friend. Actually, she was nice. Sort of blunt and didn't beat around the bush. Izuku appreciated that. It was sort of refreshing and reminded him of someone he knew all too well. Toga was nice, a lively one, but nice. She was by far the loudest one at the table. Excited and bouncy with a permanent blush on her face. She made Ochako happy, so Izuku was happy. Oh my god. Izuku, I never got to tell you. Ochako yelled, breaking him out. Of his daydreams. What? What? Why are you yelling? Momo moved the date of the dance. She had us plan early so she could see how quickly we could throw it. Ochako laid her head on the lunch table with an exhausted sigh. Something about her family going to Spain and her wanting to be there for the dance. She decided to bump it up so she wouldn't miss it. I don't know, rich people stuff. She waved her hands. The point is, the dance is in 2 months. Can she do that? Isn't it a school tradition? Izuku asked. The school doesn't give a sheet. The majority of the council agreed it was a good idea to move it up the date. Apparently, it was too close to the county fair and it would take the attention off of the fundraisers. Azui spoke up. Izuku learned that Azui was also a member of the student council, and she and Ochako have known each other for a while. Do you know what this means? Ochako asked. More work for you? Izuku tried. More work for me. And you too. We need flowers for the tables. And she wants to have flower garlands and dash. Okay, that's enough. Izuku waved his hands, stopping her. My heart is starting to hurt at the thought of giving away my flowers. Izuku joined her by laying his head down on the table. Shoto, you're so lucky you didn't join any clubs. Izuku sighed. It's so much work. At least you guys can help each other. I'm growing flowers all on my own. Shoot momentarily stopped slurping on his soba noodles. I'm on the soccer team. Both Ochako and Izuku's heads shot up. What? They yelled in unison. Kusai pet his head curiously. Hantashiro is the captain of the soccer team. He's one of my friends, so I go to watch his games when I'm not busy. I've never seen you at any of them. Shoto nodded. I don't have the time. But I'm on the team, he shrugged. And I go to practice sometimes. Can you even do that? You can't just skip the games. Izuku yelled. And practice is important, what are you even on the team for? Shiro doesn't seem to mind, Shoto said before stuffing his mouth with noodles once again. You're really taking this bet seriously then? Shiro asked, shocked with the news Katsuki came with. Dude, who knew your first relationship would be a fake? Denki added. Katsuki furrowed his brows. If he was completely honest, the bet hadn't crossed his mind once. He had forgotten about it completely. He was just doing what he thought would make Izuku less insecure. Telling his friends about them. He was just being to be a good boyfriend. It felt odd to say. Denki was right, this was his first real relationship. And it wasn't FNG fake. At least he doesn't think it does. FNG forgot about that. Katsuki whispered to himself. He hoped nobody heard it, but it was to no avail. The table erupted in chaos. Wait, you mean you actually like this kid? Denki yelled. Called it. Ashido, you owe me $40. Ru yelled, holding his hand out for her money. You bet on it? Katsuki yelled. That's not fair. She pouted, taking the money out of her pockets anyway. You said by the time the bet was over. They still didn't F-dash. Ashido paused. Unless Katsuki has something else to say? She turned to Katsuki. No. And don't give him any money. He yelled. Edru snatched up his money anyway. So I was right, wasn't I? Kyoka asked with a smirk. You've been attached since day one. Oh, PS off. You weren't right about Sheet. I just realized he was fun to be around, that's it? Katsuki said as the tips of his ears turned red. I agreed to be his boyfriend, but I don't even know if I actually like him like that. Or even what the word boyfriend means. He turned his head away. He's just not as lame as he used to be. You like kissing him though, don't you? Momo asked, breaking her silence. Yeah, and what's it to you? I've kissed a lot of people, Ponytail. That means Jack Sheet. But not like that. She smiled. Katsuki paused. Like what? Kyoka smirked. You guys were right on the track field. You looked at him as if he was made of emeralds and diamonds. The tint of red spread from his ears down to his face. Ashido was having a blast snapping pictures of Katsuki's flustered state, and Hanta and Denki were losing their minds trying to figure out if the bet was still on. You saw us and you didn't say anything? Kyoka shrugged. Didn't want to ruin the moment. Okay, whatever. Anyway. Denki said, Tell us, Mr. Loverman, does this mean I get to keep my money? Hanta nodded in agreement. Yes, I think it does. Too bad, man, you just lost Dash. No. There was no rule against me enjoying myself. Katsuki yelled. Get your money ready, idiots. Momo stopped him. Are you sure that's a good idea? I know I wasn't here when you guys formed this whole bet, but it doesn't sound like it will have a good outcome for anyone. She explained. Especially for Midoriya. If he finds out you bet on your relationship Dash. Shove it, Ponytail. A deal is a deal and money is money. Katsuki said. Deku won't find out anyway. It's not like I'm going to tell him and neither are you. Momo pursed her lips. But still Dash. It's just for fun. It's not hurting anybody. Denki said. Kyoko rolled her eyes. Shouldn't you be convincing him not to go through with it? You know, so you can keep your money. Denki put his hands up in defense. Maybe, but I'm not a coward. I don't go back on bets. And I want to get the chance to win against Katsuki. Katsuki snorted. That's a demon lie. And are you preying on my downfall, shithead? No, it's not. Remember when I bet you wouldn't ride that big butt roller coaster with me? Katsuki snickered. As soon as you saw which one I was talking about, you chickened out. Denki whined. That's different. I can't die doing this bet. You wouldn't have died on the roller coaster. Can you just think about it? Momo said, interrupting the side conversation. Think about how Midoriya would feel if he found out. Katsuki rolled his eyes. I don't have to because he won't find out. Famous last words, Kyoko whispered with a shake of her head. Momo sighed and the boys went back to their useless conversation. Famous last words.